Okay, thank you very much, people. Audience, today we are so fortunate to have with us Mr. Manas Sandono Kamakama, who is the elder brother of Panapa Sandono Kamakama, who very innovative person who actually invented the product, right? Sensational product right now called Juice Fiji.
My name is Manasa Ndono Kamakama, as he had already mentioned. I'm actually Panapasa's first cousin. My father is the elder brother of Panapasa. But the two of us do share a lot of things in common. We have the same passion. We share the same birthday. Both our moms died of cancer, of which you will hear about it. And we both lived and played rugby in overseas. He played in New Zealand. I used to play in Australia. But he played rugby union. I played rugby league. But then when we decided to come back to Fiji, we didn't know. We were 8 years different, but we had the same mindset. When I came back 1998, my whole desire was to make a difference in my own country. It's the same with him. He's got a New Zealand citizen. I used to have a PR, not a PR, TR. In those days, they call it TR. Australian government used to give temporary residence to elite rugby players in the times when the contract was not this big. So because of that, the government would give any elite rugby players a TR so that they can give them tax file numbers and they can live like an Aussie. But then they abolished because of abuse from a lot of our friends. But I'm here in the country from that time until I never look back because of this passion. This was a sudden thing because Pana was supposed to come yesterday, Tuesday. But then it changed because we had planned for him to go to fly out to New Zealand to have a meetings with some distributors in New Zealand. And then when he comes back, he's going to go to Australia, pretty much doing the same thing. But when USP changed their schedule, he called them and he said, I'm sorry, I can't make it on Wednesday, but my brother is going to come and do it. And I'm so thankful that USP have accepted the request by Pana. It's not much different. I'm an entrepreneur as well. When I left my job in 2018, I'm aspiring to run my own business. And my business, if you are familiar with social media, I'm running Rock Climbing Experience Fiji. And I pride myself in that business because it's the only climbing facility that we have in Fiji. So if any of you would like to climb, give me a call. Or you can check us out on Facebook or Instagram. Anyway, for Pana's journey, attitude is a little thing that makes a big, big difference. If you can read it there, it's that was a quote by Winston Churchill. And that's very true. What we lack, what we need the most is attitude. If there is something that's going to keep you going, it will keep you going, is that if you have the right attitude towards things. You know, sometimes we give up easy simply because, you know, we always look at the resource and other things that becomes factors in our drive. But if you have the right attitude, I'm pretty sure you will hit it, and you will make it big because you have the right attitude. What is the key driver in all of this? Passion. I try to understand the word passion. Webster said it very clear. When I check it out in Webster, it relates the biggest sacrifice ever. Passion, they compare it unto the death on the cross by the Lord Jesus Christ. I quite understand passion, and passion would come to you if there is a link towards humanity. When I came back from Australia, I became a committed Christian. I became born again, and my whole being was driven by the fact that I want to make a difference in the life of a people by preaching the gospel. And there's a few things that I never quite understand. But when I look at passion, we all do enjoy driving cars. We enjoy the light. This is because there were people that lived before us that had passion. So they had linked their, and that gives them that attitude. Passion comes when I understand the needs of the people around me. This passion came about when our loved ones passed on right before us. When I came back in 1998, I had learned that my mom had gone under the knife 2 times, and I never quite understand. And I asked my mom, because I was close to her, "Mom, why didn't you tell me?" And she said, "No, I don't want to disturb you." But then 1998 to 2001, my mom died of breast cancer. I stood there quietly watching them bury my mom, and I quite didn't like it, and I never understood. But then the same thing was happening to Pana. He was in New Zealand, and his mom passed away with breast cancer. They both died at the age of 50. My mom was 51. It was pretty early. But it sort of started driving that passion within us. Then for Pana, our aunties passed away too. I'm here in Fiji, and I heard of my auntie passed away in New Zealand, Auntie Lucy. Pana had the privilege to attend the funeral, and he watched our aunties passed on. Same with our cousin, Anne-Marie, my auntie's daughter. Just imagine, they rolled into Auckland Hospital. My auntie was lying in one bed, and my cousin, Anne-Marie, right next to her, separated by one curtain. She died also of breast cancer. And this sort of drive it in Panapasa. Then when he was traveling around the Pacific, his own daughter, Leah, was threatened with cancer because she was getting this skin disease, and it sort of gotten into her. They had traveled around Australia, New Zealand, tried to find the cure, and all they did was just loading her with penicillin. It's the same thing all over the place. And Pana came home, and he asked himself, there's got to be a way to fix this. This is what I'm talking about, the passion. And passion is always linked with the people. And people say you can be successful in anything you want to be. I want to say to you now, we don't believe that. Okay? People often say, I think it's American. Oh, you can be successful in anything you want. You just have to have that will and drive. Have you come across people who fail despite all the hard work that they've done? Okay. I'll tell you what makes a difference. It's a passion. We need to identify what we are passionate about. All right? People often ask me, why rock climbing? I've asked by prominent people, why you do business like rock climbing? Why can't you go and open a shop somewhere in town? I'll tell you what makes a difference. That was my passion. Okay? I'm into outdoors. It was something that I lived my life. I was raised in Naitasiri, where my maternal from. And I grew up in the outdoors. We can just do just about anything we want. We want to go swimming, there's nothing holding us back. We'll swim. If we want to pole a boat, we'll do it. Early 1990s, I used to paddle kayak when everyone didn't understand why kayak. I went on to represent Fiji in New Zealand, the freshwater racing. I used to jump waterfalls in the kayaks. I went to Australia, paddle in the state championship in Australia. It is because that was my passion. It makes a whole lot of difference. When I was in Australia, I switched to rugby, and I played rugby league there, and I thought to myself, I have to go back to Fiji. I need to go back. What do I do? My rugby career is over. I have to make some change. And I tried to enroll into Latrobe University and do outdoor education, which is something that I'm not sure whether USP is doing it or not. And they have accepted me in Latrobe University, but I couldn't get in because when I came back to Fiji, I didn't get enough support. And that didn't deter me, but I pressed on because I had passion within me. Rock climbing is a facility that we use, and it's a name that we use simply because it's the only product that we have the facility available at the moment. So if any of your children would like to do that, come. There's a passionate person out there doing it. I could die tomorrow. What will I leave behind? What will Pana leave behind? It's a legacy. All right? Rock climbing must not have happened, but there was something, someone had nailed it there. So you might be successful, you might not be successful, but at least you are passionate about what you're doing. So try and identify your passion, something that you can link it with the people. People ask me, why rock climbing? I'll tell you the truth. You know what drives us? In Fiji, I often say this, we are not into outdoors. I had an interview a few months back, and they said, "Wow, how dare you say that?" And I say, okay, until when you drive over the Rewa Bridge and you see boats and people engaging themselves in all form of activities, Auckland becomes a city of sails, not because people just want to go and sail, but because of outdoors. So that's what I'm passionate about. And also, I've learned something kind of in line with what Juice Fiji is doing. We are also aligning ourselves in the same business. We're tackling NCDs. One of the biggest problems that we are facing in Fiji, I was at Ernst & Young account firm yesterday, and I listened to some of the stats, very scary. And let me be clear with this. Yes? Please speak to the mic. Okay, sorry. Let me be clear with this. For the Fijian Tokay, they're looking at the payout made by insurance firm. Average people die in Fiji is at age 49. As for the Tokay, that's scary. I'm 49 this year. 15% died at the age of 60, and 5% died at the age of 70. You know what the problem is? Is NCDs. So this is why we are driving this. We are driving this because we need people to be engaging themselves in outdoor activities and go out and explore the natural and come and have a drink. Taste the difference. This is our ancestors' drink. They never add anything. There's no sugar in it. There's no additives. It's 100%, of which I'm going to go through it. So you need to identify your passion first. And a soul search is required in this place. And many have worked hard in the past and have failed because they are not doing their passion. For Pana, in his primary school days, he called his concept the star fruit concept. He lived in Wailuku, and he used to go to that St. John's school in Wailuku. I don't know the school. And every time when the star fruit would ripe, he would collect the star fruits and run to school. The parents didn't know that. And he would sell it for 5 cents a star fruit. And that's why he called it a star fruit concept. In my young days, I used to do paddling and go and explore the nature. It's something that you can, you know, like Steve Jobs said, when you become successful, you can put the, you know, join the dots, and you will see something that goes back and then link with your success. So Pana had his concept called the star fruit. You might have another different concept, and you might call it, I love his concept because when you cut the star fruit, you become a star. There's a star you can find in there. So Pana started his work from primary school selling star fruits for 5 cents. And then as he grew, he was out in Vanuatu. When he came back, and we often call each other every now and again. I was a production supervisor at Goodman Field at Crest Chicken. I called him and I said, brother, what are you doing? He said, I'm hunting for a land. I want to buy a land. And I said, don't worry, I'll line you up with a friend of mine. I called up the landowners in Koronganga, and they actually showed him a place. And that's where he started his farm. His farm is different from everybody's farm. He started planting fruits that will give back. You name all the fruits. And what we are planning to do is actually go into planting medicinal grass and all these things that will benefit the Juice Fiji. Juice Fiji right now, you are seeing only one juice. And that's what we are pushing for, just so that Juice Fiji goes in front. And once we are pretty much happy with what we have achieved, we'll diversify the juice into other juice, because we got other mix that we can do it. So good news for people who are into keto, into other products. So Pana started his farm. He planted dalo. He planted all the fruit trees. Now the dalo has all been harvested. If you go into his farm now, it's totally different from every farm's. He's got about 500 mango trees. He's got about 300 pear trees, and he's got all, you name it, all the different fruits. With us Fijians, when we have a farm, everyone is into planting dalo. And then all of a sudden, dalo all mature at the same time, and we can all sell on dalo. We have to think outside the box. You have to do something that is different from somebody else. You know, we've got a place. I remember when I took the juice to one friend of mine who is from a Maori. He was married to one of our cousins. And I gave him the juice, and he opened it, and he took one glass, and he looked at us, and he said, brothers, I want you to know, Fiji is a different place. I said, what do you mean? I said, when I drove from Nandi to Suva, I can see the colors, the bushes, and it's almost like they are talking to me. There's life in there. And now I'm drinking the juice. My goodness, what are we doing to ourselves? Well, I could say praise the Lord for that. So his farm is quite different. His concept is different. He has already harvested the cabbage, which we made it into a weed. He created his own weed, planted dalo, and he sprayed the cabbage inside, and then he harvested the cabbage. At the same time, he was cleaning the dalo, sold the cabbage in the market, of which you are going to see. And after that, he opened a market in Suva, and he started selling them, and he called it the Beulah Land Farm, Eco Farm. So basically, you can see the dots coming in. And then, after he had the farm, we started introducing the Beulah Land juice. That was his own company, a juice. So Beulah Land, if you're quite familiar with Fiji, Suva, we have only one outlet. At the same time, it was at the Dolphins. And he was giving all kind of mix. He was mixing this and mixing that. And then one day, when I resigned from Goodman Field, I came to him and I said, brother, we need to do something to your juice. And he said, what is it? He said, I'm out of job, and I need to, I need someone to help me with and I'm going to run my business, but you got to help me. He said, what kind of help you want? I said, I need you to help me pay my bills, my rent. And he said, what am I going to get from that? I said, I want to do formulation with you. You need to streamline your formula. Don't sell all the formulas. Have only one formula. I want people to establish the taste at the back of their mind. When they pick up a bottle of juice, they know this is Juice Fiji. This is Beulah Land juice. Well, we did that, and you can see the transition from there. My thing is not picking up. I was looking here, and I thought that this thing is picking up. But anyway, it's not. PowerPoint is not picking up. But you miss all the pictures. Sorry. So when we were selling the Beulah Land, then the Juice Fiji came about. He met up with a good friend of his, and the friend said, I want to help you. So when the friend decided to redo the branding. So when they had, sorry, so they changed the branding to Juice Fiji, and that's where Juice Fiji came about. And Juice Fiji is a simple mix of, okay, it's coming. That's the end. Yeah. I've gone past the star fruit concept. Oops. And that's his Beulah Land farm. That's his market in Suva. He was selling, and then that's a Beulah Land juice, if you're familiar with that juice. And then we do rebranding, and Juice FIJI came about. When we started Juice FIJI, we were ruthless when it comes to marketing. We did everything we can. And I tell you, it's a bit of a sacrifice from the family side. So we went to the street and highways and everything, took pictures and loaded it on social media, because the social media is a go. We got the idea because we listened to a lot of motivators, more motivation talk. And a lot of motivation, they have one thing in common, and they say to the young people, if you want to be successful in your business, use social media. Because social media is free, and your result is instantaneous. You can get it. You post it today, and then you'll start counting the numbers. You open your page today, and you'll see the growth. And all you have to do, sometimes you have to forget about yourself. All right? We're married. And even sometimes our wives have to, okay, fine, if you think that's best, go for it. And our wives need to understand us too. Okay? So, and we pushed the social media to the limits. And Juice FIJI became a phenomenon. It became so popular amongst the locals, the Fijian, here in Fiji and abroad. We haven't done any distribution overseas. Pana is starting to touch on it now. But I tell you this, 70% of our product that goes into the marketplace goes overseas. And we're not doing it, okay? Families and friends from overseas would send the money over, their families would buy it, and they would, we tested it. We went to Nandi Airport to shrink wrap some box to send it to our friend in Brisbane. When we went there, and the lady just looked at us and she said, boy, this product, I have to shrink wrap it every day. In 1 hour, maybe 4, 5 shrink wrap I have to do. You guys are the first. You are somebody else. As we stood there, another person came with a Juice FIJI, and she didn't even know that the owner was standing there, Pana. So, and also you need to be humbled in all way possible. Humility is very important. One of the biggest problems with us Fijians, it gets into our head very fast. All right? For a long time, we didn't have any office. We were on the street using coffee shop. We would sit down and do our pep talk and discuss what is the next step that we're going to do. And when we do that, we're doing 2 things at a time. We're meeting people, ordinary people, and we are doing our business at the same time. Sometimes it takes us, we shed some tears. We had to cry. You know, you see these big boys on the street or maybe driving on the road. We would stop the car and we would cry, spend some time in crying, because that's your test. You need to be humble always. And it pays off. We would be on the street and a coffee maker or a barista would walk to us and say, thank you, gentlemen. You guys are the best. Eh? And we've been threatened by some big people. They tell us, hey, someone is going to copy you. We are going to copy you. Well, go ahead. But what makes the difference is that you're passionate about it and that you are always connected to the people. I don't know if some of you have already received an answer from me from social media. Okay, my name is Manasandono Kamkama, and if you have dropped a message, we always try to make time and answer to your, respond to your message. So, and then some of these key people took it. Semiran Randra, all these, and we try to extend our hands to these very people and use it to our advantage. But one different thing with Juice Fiji, it really works. Okay? We don't spend, we even have friends calling us, please, I can do a video for you for free of charge. We don't have to pay a 500,000 or something like that because they know it works for them. So, the key in all of this, problems. Okay? The guy who invented the car, he found out that we have a problem. We can't be all walking and it's too slow. Remember the passion? I need to solve this problem. So the man need to sit down in his garage and try and work out something that will work. It might end sleepless nights. Why? Because if he knows a problem. There is a problem in humanity. We need to travel faster. So he answered because he had the passion, because he wants to solve the problem of a people. And that's how things were done. The guys who invented the light, it's the same thing. It's a driving factor. Remember, I use the Christ sacrifice as an example for the illustration of a word passion. Because what drives the Christ was the human nature, the humanity. They need to have salvation. People don't understand it. When I was young, I never quite understand why he died on the cross. If I was there, I wouldn't let it happen. Okay? You might have a passion. Someone might not understand it. It's okay. Okay? If you have a drive within you, don't expect sponsorship. People always say, well, I'm waiting for someone to sponsor my dreams. No, don't wait for it. Drive yourself towards it. People don't care about your business. They care about their problems. Be the solution they are looking for. Melanie Dodan. Identify your problems, but give your power and energy to solutions. I remember one time when I was working for Goodman Fielder, I became a minute taker. So I used to take all the meeting minutes, and people would come to me with agendas, and I used to load everyone with agendas. And I remember my boss standing behind me, and he said, oh, Manasa, he's a New Zealander. And he said, every time when you come up with a problem, please try and find the solution first before you table it. Because otherwise you'll be just critics. There's a lot of critics in the world today. All they do is loading people with problems. And even if you come with a solution, your solution becomes a problem. So try to avoid those negative naysayers, okay? You have a solution, you only understand yourself, your passion, and have a drive. Continue to stay focused. You'll be able to hit it. Stay away from negative people. They have a problem to every solution. That was Albert Einstein. We work with principles. One of the principles that we have in Juice Fiji is integrity. The product helps us in our guiding principle. It's 100% organic, 100% natural, no sugar added, no preservative, no additives, no foreign materials. That's our quality assurance policy. No foreign materials. You know the problem we have now? we are adding foreign matters in our body. That's all. If I give you a simple answer to that, go buy take something that you've been buying and look at the label and find out what's all written there. Okay? You'd say, no, I will never eat that. Well, you're putting it. It's a foreign matters. And Juice FIJI, like we always say it, we love to say it, it's given by God in the form of minerals, bottled and served to you by Juice FIJI. Whatever we promise to give you is what we give you. That's always been our guiding principle. Juice FIJI, that was our timeline. Sorry, I blocked the timeline, and a few other pictures is not shown there. From the farm, from the star fruits, to the vegetable market, to the farm, to the vegetable market, and became the product that we have right now. We are very optimistic of the future, and Pana is away in New Zealand. When he comes back, he's going to go back to Australia. Big companies are requesting for us to start working with them, and it's going to take a lot of hardship. Sometimes we always have other, oh, what about this and this and this and this? Make the first step. Only you know yourself, what you're capable of. If you think you can do it, step forward and do it. So with that, thank you very much. I think I've said too much and I've said a lot. If there is any question, I would like to answer it, and I don't know how else I can put it.
Can you go back to the other slide?
Okay.
This one.
Yep.
I don't understand Albert Einstein saying that.
Stay away from negative people. They have a problem to every solution.
They have a solution to every problem?
No. Yes. Negative people have. Oh, well, I'll give you an example. We often come up with. There's a lot of people that always say negative things. If you follow Juice FIJI, you'll be amazed at some of the things you've already read on social media. I myself, I'll talk on my behalf. I'm doing rock climbing. And I know what I'm doing. I've learned rock climbing. I can take any of you up the wall, and you can come back down safely. But when I throw it in social media, you will always have people that I was happy. In those days, I had an American friend with me, and he was helping me. He was from the US Army. He was a Green Beret, and he loved what I'm doing. And he said, bro, if you're in America doing this, people will love to come to your place because you're different. The way you run your business, people are very comfortable with you. But anyway, I throw some of his own picture on the social media, and then you have some people that throw in some negative points. Hey, why are you doing this? How come this is not safe? I understand what I'm doing. You understand your passion. And I came to him and I said, bro, what do you think of this? He said, forget about this. In internet, there is what they call trollers. Trollers, they will troll around, throwing negative things on whatever you're doing that is very good. And then try to create a conversation. And when you respond to it, that's your death. You respond, and what they will do, they'll screenshot what you responded, and they go to another page and they say, look at what Manasseh said. And you look like a fool trying to, so ignore the negatives. So some of the solution you have, people will not understand it. Maybe they haven't done it. They might be they are true. They never quite understand it. But you got to live, you got to understand. Okay, I'm going to stay away from this one. Keep on going. Thank you, sir. Yep.
You, any evidence that your product has been certified by medical?
Thank you very much for asking that question. When we started, we never relate ourselves to the medical. Okay? We are some people that really, I have my family members who are nurses. Pana's mom is a nurse. She was a sister at CWM Hospital. Secondly, our product, we never before and never will consider it as medicine. We always look at it as a healthy alternative. It's a fruit juice. It's a juice that you can take in the place of your ordinary juice. You can either have it for your dinner, have it anytime you want. So never. We don't consider it to be medicine. That's a fact. People ask us, na weni mate ni tavango. Isa wasota. Senga ni weni mate. Ngo na weni mbula kemuni. Wakanga ni Laucala, ni Laucala kenda se ni wakasamon. Kila na ni se ngonelele ngo na nonrobosa nangasi. This is the old saying. Laucala mondo mbula. That's the same principle where we're working from. New satu mati to vango sanda vuna long sala monana ilvengu kana mumbula. You eat so that you can live. Okay? And that's exactly what we're doing. We don't bring any big thing from anywhere. We just bring to you what you've been eating. Is that true? Ginger, turmeric, lailaya, what else? Pawpaw, watermelon. They're all food. Yes, sir. The Fijian maid. It's there. No, we haven't export. I didn't say we haven't. I didn't say we export. It's a family that buys it and send it to their own families. We haven't put our energy into exporting. People are exporting it for us. Praise the Lord.
I just want to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Just for the benefit of entrepreneurs that are here today. Yeah. I see that your product is about 10 various juices that you have actually put together. So how do you actually do the composition for like lailaya and the various compositions, just to make
what's in there?
Yeah, just to make the final composition to go into the bottle.
Okay. Pana has been doing Beulah juice for the last 2.5 years, to be exact. And when I joined him, 2008, remember I told him you have to streamline your product. You don't change because you have one brand there. You need to have only one taste. When people pick up the bottle from the shelf, they already register in their brain what I'm getting myself into. Okay? Well, the composition came about when he brought it to my place and he was helping me with the paying of the rent. We start putting together data. All the juice that we've been doing it, we have a formula. We collected those formulas. And then I remember, this is a funny story. We use Holiday Inn as a place. People often see Pana there at Holiday Inns. A lot of interesting things happen there, yes. We sat down at Holiday Inns and we pull up a tissue and we sat down and we wrote the final formula on a tissue in Holiday Inn, derived from all the formulas we've been selling out and giving out to the people, based on what they like. There's a lot of people, even until today, people would come to us and say, bro, I was a guinea pig. Well, we thank God for those people. He's got such a good friends everywhere. So we collected all those, and then we came up with a final. And then when we rebrand Juice FIJI, then we engage even his partners into making it even different. So that's where the formula came. People can say, oh, it's all this. We can just do it ourselves. I said, yeah, go ahead. We are not afraid. We've got the ingredients on that. You can go and mix yourself. But the taste, the quiet taste, makes a difference.
Right, any more questions? Yeah, just for your information, Juice Fiji has just taken off like wildfire right now, eh? As you can see, eh? You know, for those of you that are coming from Honolulu, from the West, eh? This is a wonderful opportunity to be, you know, just thinking about this juice, eh? Because I remember, you know, during the last few months or so, it has actually taken off the sales in all the major supermarkets that we have here. Sometimes when you have the stock there, it will only last just for a couple of hours, and people are just buying it off the shelves. Eh? So that really means something for the product, and of course, what is in the product. Yeah.
Also, just to you wanna.
No,
just to add on that, to help you if you are looking at promoting your social media, on using social media. I was just talking to my brother, Autiko, on our way here, and he said, hey, bro, I noticed something. You guys are pulling out from social media. Okay, let me just remind you of this. Social media is good for a start, okay? Because social media, basically everyone on social media, everything you see on social media is based on emotion, okay? So everyone get into the hype, they love it, oh, I love it, and everyone is listening to it, and they already, they saw it, and they want to take on it. So now the next phase that we are doing now is we're taking on the media. If you notice recently, you can open the FIJI Sun, today's FIJI Sun, you'll start seeing our ad in the paper. You'll start seeing it in the Fiji Times. And very soon you will watch it on TV. So we are using normal media to sort of help. So in case if you're looking at doing your own promotion, capitalize on this, learning from the people that have done it. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
Yes, sir.
One more.
Thank you.
Essentially,
Yes, sir.
can you tell the audience the goodness about your product as against another?
Have I said against the other? I just said the goodness. It's 100% organic, 100% natural. There is no additives, no sugar. Basically, everything that you see in the goodness of ginger, it's all packed in that bottle.
What does that mean to anybody who's drinking?
Okay. Isn't that kind of mentambula? Yes, sir.
Picking up your fruit from different, so that you can keep the taste. Doesn't it give any change? Because some fruits came all the way from other places.
We've got our suppliers that supply fruits and vegetables to us. And is that what you're looking at? Oh.
The consistency.
Oh, the consistency. Consistency of the suppliers?
And the taste.
The quality, okay.
Consistency of the taste. When you open it,
Yes, it does. Okay, when you deal with organic, remember this. we are not a company where everything is readily made. Sugar, this amount of sugar, this amount of, so that we can get that taste that you want, a consistency. Okay, when you deal with organic, there's a whole lot of other variables. Considering, like he asks, the fruit, where it's from. The fruit, sometimes when the suppliers do come, some may not as ripe as what we received before. That's what you're going to get when you deal with organic. And also, with the organic product, this is why we came with the temperature. The temperature of a product needs to be below 4 degrees. I learned this from Crest Chicken when I used to work there. We used to have what they call the HACCP. And HACCP is simply find a critical control point in your process. And then when you find the critical control point, or the CCP, and you target on the CCP, make sure that everything is consistent. And that's basically what we've done, all right? The cleanliness of a product, but in terms of the fruit, we know we got a watermelon there, okay? And the taste is gonna be changed. And also with organic product, if the temperature rises above 4 degrees, you're gonna expect some change too, because the outside temperature will influence. And this is why big firms have come up with a solution so that they continue to sell without any problem. But the people are having problems. They don't care about the people, sorry. All they want to do is sell. So they come up with these things that they add into the product so that they can come up with that consistency. But for us, our principle is still the same, integrity. Integrity is something above honesty, okay? If I pick up a product on the shelves and it says it's all 100% organic, and it's left in an open shelf, I'm afraid there's something in there. I hope I've answered that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Could you just give a round of applause to Mr. Ndona Kamakama, please? Just FIJI.
That's the end? You want the pictures or? Okay. On this one?
People just want to just take a photo of that particular slide, I think. All right?
It's on the bottle.
It's on the bottle. Okay, just for your information, if you actually take a look at the bottle, everything is clearly written out, you know, written on the bottle, that is, the amount of ingredients that's in the bottle, but minus the percentage of,
Yep.
yeah.
You can't say everything, eh?
Yes, yeah. So there are about 10 different ingredients. Yeah, that goes into this bottle of juice, you know, that Mr. Ndona Kamakama is referring to. All right, so in your spare time, you can come around and, you know, just take a look at the bottle, right? Particularly for those that have not seen the bottle. Yeah, you know, we have people from all around Fiji that's here today. Okay, can we just give a round of applause again to this gentleman who's done? Just before you go, how much is a bottle like this cost in the supermarket?
It's $13.95. That's the average price. Extra Supermarket, New Worlds, Morris Hedge, Max Value, CJS. But some are selling at $12.95, that's CJS, and some at $15.
Okay.
Yep.
There you have it, $13 right up to $15.
Yep.
Okay, one bottle of juice Fiji, yeah? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Naka.
Okay, okay, John, your PowerPoint. Come. How are you, John?
Good, thanks.
Well, we have a big crowd here.
Scary.
Scary, really scary. Okay.
My presentation's in there. I sent it.
Oh, to Vanessa.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. And I'm clicking on this. What do I do? How do I advance?
Hang on. Oh, yeah, there it is.
How do I go forward?
Just this arrow here. All right, thank you very much. We will just ask you, please, just to stand up, okay? Just to stand up just for 2 minutes, all right? Just to get your blood flowing, eh? Is that right, John? From top to bottom and bottom to top. Right, you can sit down, please.
You gonna intro me or I just go in? Oh, you're gonna go from there, yeah? Yeah, set. Set.
Oh, you're okay. You're all right, okay. I'm a bit okay. Yeah, okay. Correct. All right, are you all settled down? Thank you very much. Okay, we are so fortunate to have Mr. John Apted from Mondelez. Is the organization a law firm that is, for those of you who have come all around Fiji. And we are fortunate to have Mr. John Apted, I think for the second year in a row now that he's come here to talk about intellectual property. Remember, when you invent a product and you want it to be your own, well, John's going to be talking about that, how you actually do trademarks and so forth. Eh? John, thank you very much for coming in today, and we will just ask the crowd just to give you a round of applause before your presentation. All yours, John.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I shouldn't be, but I'm a bit nervous coming after Manasa and his beautiful, well, Pana's beautiful product. Pana keeps trying to force me to try his juice. I'm frightened of the warusi in the product. So I have to confess, I still haven't tried Pana's juice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today to tell you about intellectual property. And it's a very, very long presentation. It's a complicated presentation. So I will understand if you stand up and leave. But the area is not simple, but it's very, very important to many businesses in relation not just to what your products that you invent, but also the brand names that you adopt, the pamphlets and advertisements that you use, and where you are in fashion design or artistry or music, your creations and designs. So intellectual property is the area that we will be talking about, but because it covers such a diverse range of things, there are different areas of intellectual property, all with different requirements and different laws. And the reason I decided to be so specific in my presentation is that I know that the public gets really confused about it all. And people say, oh, I want to copyright this, when they mean patent. Or they say, I want to trademark this, when they mean copyright. So because each area is quite different, I will take you through each one. All right, I better learn how to use the machine first. I know how to sell basmati rice, but not this. Okay, intellectual property. What is intellectual property? Intellectual property is a legal idea. It refers to the protection of creations of your mind. Sorry, I've got to get this mic right. It's not about physical things, it's about the ideas that are used to make the physical things. It's intangible property. And like I explained, it's protected in various ways. Each of these ways tries to balance the interest of the person who's created it so that you can get a reward for your work and your creativity, but also balance this against against the interests of the public, because inventors and creators are members of the community. And what you create has got to be available to the community. So the law tries to balance your right to make money with the right of the community to the benefit of your creation. So the trade-off is that the law in various ways will give the owner of the intellectual property protection for a certain number of years, after which it will move to the public. All right, there's different forms of IP protection. There's patents, registered designs, copyright, trademarks, and then it is also protected through common law and consumer protection. And I'll come to all of those things. Okay, the first and oldest protection is patents. Patents apply to inventions. But in order to patent your invention, it's got to have some use. And they must be new. You cannot patent your invention if you have ever published anything about it or have ever used it. So Pana can't patent his juice. He's used it too much already. Because it's out there in the market, it's too late for him to patent it. To patent, you must apply before you go out to the market, and you have to apply for it before you publish anything about it. The first publication of your invention has got to be the publication of your advertisement. In Fiji, our patents law is very, very outdated. We still have the 1879 Patent Act that was passed just after session. And after this, under this act, you can do two things. You can apply in Fiji for what's called a national or independent patent, or you can go to England, register in England, and bring your English patent for re-registration back here within 3 years. If you apply here for an independent patent, we don't have the capability in Fiji to examine it, so it's sent to Australia where it's examined. What happens is they examine it. If they are convinced that it meets the requirements of the law, you will get a certificate of provisional patentability, which will allow you to use it for the next 6 months, and then you must advertise it for opposition. If anybody opposes it and says you're not qualified for the patent because it's not new, or it's their invention, not yours, or you haven't met a qualification, that's the end of it. Oh no, that's not the end of it. It's heard by the Solicitor General, who will then decide whether to allow the patent or not. If he doesn't allow it, that's the end of it. If he allows it, you'll get registration through a patent from the AG. In the UK, if you have a UK patent, you go there, you get a UK patent, you come back, you apply within 3 years, it's advertised for opposition for 2 months. Again, the Solicitor General hears oppositions, and if it gets through, the AG will issue it. Thing about patents, it doesn't apply to everything. It applies only to inventions. things that are completely new. It's not an invention to take something that's already invented and just add another step to it. That's not an invention. An invention is something completely new. It could be a physical device, a machine, or a part of a machine. It could be a substance, and that's what happens with drugs. You know, the new pharmaceutical drugs that they invent. So when they eventually find a substance that will cure the new coronavirus, somebody will patent that, because that's a substance. Or it could be a method or process. When you register a patent, you get 20 years monopoly, which means nobody else is allowed to use your product or your process for 20 years, and that's when you can make your money from it. But in order to qualify for that 20 years, you will have had to publish the full specifications of your invention, so that at the end of the 20 years, anybody can go to the record books and see how your invention was created. So Pana is not qualified to get a patent for his juice because he's already distributed it. But if he had been, in order to get that patent, he would have had to reveal the exact recipe. And at the end of 20 years, that recipe would have been public. That's the trade-off. All right? Patents don't protect fashion or artistic designs, but they would relate to things like zips or new buttons or new fastenings, that sort of invention things. Or it might relate to a new fabric or a new treatment of a fabric, but not the design itself. Designs are protected by a different form of law called registered designs. And registered designs cover 2- or 3-dimensional designs. That could be like fashion designs or the design of a seat. My last design that I worked on for registration was a new configuration for airline seats that one of the major international airlines designed, like a new way of putting seats on the aircraft. And they don't want other airlines to copy that because that's their advantage, how to fit more people into a particular aircraft comfortably. So I had to work on that. But registered designs is the area of law that focuses on that. And a registered design can only be registered if you can do a drawing of the design. If it's something that can be drawn, it is registrable as a registered design. Fiji law on registered designs is very, very old as well. Our legislation is still the Colonial Act, UK Designs Protection Act 1936. And in order to get designs protection in Fiji, you have to register it in the UK. And once you register it in the UK, it's automatically applicable here. But you will not be able to get an injunction, which is an order stopping people from copying in Fiji, unless you've advertised your UK registration here. And this seat design that I'm talking about was registered in the UK, and my job was to advise them on how to protect it here. And what we did was we advertised it in the newspaper and in the Gazette. So if you're a fashion designer or you're a designer of products or things that require a drawing, you can protect your intellectual property in the design, but it's very difficult. You've got to get it registered in the UK. Copyright. Copyright is the one that most of us have heard of because that relates to music, to movies, to videotapes, and so you hear all about it. That's our most modern intellectual property law. And it relates to the expression of ideas. It doesn't relate to the idea itself. It relates to what we create using our ideas. And copyright, unlike any of the others, doesn't need registration. It arises as soon as you publish or make public your creation or your artistic or musical work. And copyright, even if you create it in Fiji, gets international protection. And likewise, copyrights created overseas are also protected in Fiji. For all the countries, most of the countries in the world, we're members of the Berne Convention, where we protect each other's copyright. What does copyright cover? It covers literary, dramatic, musical, or artistic works. So it covers books, anything that's written, and that's not just a book. Literary doesn't have to be just a book. It can be anything that's in writing that's longer than a few words. So it would relate to a label on your product. If you've got a lot of words, like the back of the Fiji water label. You know, there's a story at the back. It could be a poem. It could be your advertisement on the internet. That's a literary work. Dramatic work is a play, or musical work is like music or a song. Artistic work is not just a painting. Artistic work is anything that requires art. So if you have a product, the design of your label or the design of your trademark could be an artistic work that you can claim copyright over. So it's anything that requires artistry. Artistic work even covers things like architectural designs or, plans. That would be covered as artistic work because it requires artistic talent to create it. Copyright also applies to sound recordings, and sound recordings are different from musical works. Musical works are the music, written music, and the written lyrics. Musical works are the actual recording of the song. AV works, that's video and film. It covers broadcasts on the radio, cable programs on TV. It also covers typographical arrangements, which are things like directories and that sort of thing. For those of you in fashion, it would cover your sketches, your patterns, your designs. People like the lady from Taviuni there, her fabric designs and prints. It would cover one-off garments and jewelry, and it would cover the words. For those of you who are not in fashion, those of you who are going to make products, it would cover the words on your packaging. I was involved in a case about 5 years ago, protecting the rights of the owners of the masseuse sandal. How many of you know what a masseuse sandal is? It's that thing like a slipper with those things that stick up into your feet. And the original masseuse sandal is called masseuse. It's made by a company in Australia. And there was a Fiji company that was selling a copy of the masseuse sandal. And the masseuse sandal comes in a blue box with all this writing about the product, like telling you why it's good for you and this and that. And these guys who had the copy changed the brand name, so it wasn't masseuse, and there was no trademark infringement, but they copied all the rest of the packaging. And so if you were a consumer and you were in a hurry, you'd think that the blue box with all that writing is the original. But they were clever, they didn't call it masseuse. So we couldn't get them on on trademark. However, I managed to win and stop them on copyright because they had copied all the wording on the box. So that's how copyright protected a product. Copyright would also cover photographs like of this beautiful Wendy here. Oh, it's not coming up. What happened to the slides? Here I am talking. No wonder you're all looking at me rather than there. How can I get the slides up there?
It's coming down. Don't worry, John.
Sorry, people. Left hand and right hand don't know what's going on here.
Is it safe on the desktop?
Yeah, it's on the desk.
Just close everything again. This one?
Yeah.
This one, eh?
Yeah. I need Pana's juice, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, people, I should have noticed it was there. See, copyright would cover photographs, like this photo of Namaramani Wasaliwa here. Tapu's very own mermaid, Miss Wendy. This is my photograph. It'd cover videos, advertisement layouts, any publications that you put out. Okay, who owns copyright? Copyright generally belongs to the creator, the person who took the photograph. I took that photograph, I own the copyright in it. The person who wrote the poem, the person who designed the back of the packet, that's the general rule. Copyright only applies to original work. So if you copy somebody else's work, you don't have any copyright. If you parody somebody else's work, you probably don't have copyright. And what do I mean by parody? Okay, how many of you have heard of the movie? It's a very old movie from when I was young and Angela was young, but most of you were probably not born. In the 1970s, it was a movie called The Godfather. Right? And The Godfather has a very famous poster. It's black with a white silhouette of Marlon Brando, the Godfather. So it's very famous in the West. So somebody here created a t-shirt based on that image which said, the Grogfather. But the layout of the t-shirt was very, very similar, was the same as the Godfather, except Godfather had been made Grogfather. This being Fiji, when we went to school, there used to be a book called Fiji, the Land and the People. Well, this should be called Fiji, the Land and the Copycats. Because no sooner do you come up with something, a good idea, then there's 1,000 people copying what you do. So these people, their Grogfather t-shirt was soon copied by a major chain of tourist shops. And so we tried to stop them, but we couldn't because the people who did the original Grogfather t-shirt couldn't claim copyright because it was a parody of The Godfather. And the copyright in that image belonged to the Godfather people, not the bloody Grogfather people. So that's the point. So here, this one here is the North Face. That's a famous clothing brand overseas, adventure brand. The parody is the South Butt. Arguable whether they would be able to protect South Butt. All right, copyright is generally not considered to protect mass-produced goods. So if you're in fashion, and for example, you make many of these shirts or many pieces of the same thing, copyright wouldn't protect your brand, your design usually. And until recently, when in New Zealand, the court in New Zealand decided under the New Zealand Copyright Act that it would protect copied jeans, even though they were mass-produced, because there had been a drawing of the jeans. So there'd been an artistic work that gave rise to the G-Star jeans. So when Jeans West, we all have heard of Jeans West, right? That's a famous chain of cheap jeans. G-Star Raw is a very expensive, exclusive jean. G-Star Raw had designed an Elwood biker jean that was very popular, but cost about $400. Jeans West wanted to sell a $60 version. It was very much like the G-Star one, and G-Star sued Jeans West. Jeans West's lawyers said, no, you can't sue us for copyright because this is a mass-produced thing. And copyright doesn't apply to mass-produced items. It only generally applies to special one-off creations. And the New Zealand court said, no, no, no. If there was an artistic work, there was a drawing. So when you make the copy, you are reproducing the artistic work without permission. And the reason I'm telling you this is our Copyright Act in Fiji is based on New Zealand. So it's likely that our courts in Fiji will follow what happened in that case. So what that means is if you're in fashion or you are in the business of making a product that started from an artistic drawing or design, you might be able to use copyright to stop people from making copies of your product. But it has to have a design underneath. Copyright, you have the exclusive right to sell, license, or use your work. And license means to allow other people to use it. You can assign your copyright. So if you own the copyright, you can give it to somebody else to own. It lasts for 50 years from the date of the death of the creator, the author. And remember, this for you as creators or also as users. It's a breach of copyright, not just to copy the whole work, but to copy a substantial part of the work. And intervening breaches are irrelevant. What that means is that you can't say, I didn't copy the original, I copied his. If he has copied the original and you've copied him, you've breached the original person's copyright, because you've ended up copying what they own. It's enforceable all over the world. Importantly, employees and commissions. As you know, most things are not created by individuals on their own account. Many things are created by people working for other people. You know, so at USP, things are written by teaching staff, not the university itself. If you are an employee and you create something, whether it's a musical piece or a design or an artistic work or literary work, that usually will belong to your employer if you are paid to create it. So for example, all those reporters at the Fiji Times who are paid to write news stories, the copyright in that belongs to the Fiji Times, not them. Same as the photographers, they take photos. Normally, photographers own the copyright in their own photos, but because they're paid by Fiji Times to do it, Fiji Times owns it. Also, if you commission somebody to do something for you, usually you will own the copyright unless the agreement says otherwise. So if I hire Joe from the Fiji Times to take photos for me, I will own the copyright unless in our agreement he says he will keep the copyright. What do you do if somebody breaches your copyright? You usually write them a letter asking them to stop. If not, you take them to court for damages or for orders to destroy the stuff. 10 copyright myths. This is really important. Copyright doesn't just protect your ideas. You can have a great idea and somebody copies it, you can't do anything about it. You can only protect what you've written or what you've designed or what you've created in music or film. You can't copyright a short thing like a name, title, or slogan. If you're in the photo, it doesn't mean you own the copyright. If you're in the movie, you don't own the copyright. The photographer or filmmaker owns the copyright. They don't need your permission to use it as many times as they want, and you need their permission to use it. That happens all the time to me because I take photos of lots of people, and I see my photographs everywhere, and people think that just because they're in the photo, they can use it for commercial purposes. I don't make money from my photos, so I don't care, but that's not the fact. Also, the biggest mistake people make in their businesses is if you buy a music disc, you don't own the copyright in the disc. You only get the right to listen to it. You can't use it in your shop. You can't broadcast it to the public without paying a royalty. And you cannot copy it. Everything on the internet is not there for you to copy and use. It's there for you to see. Many people think that if there's a C there, that's copyrighted. And if there's no C there, it's not copyrighted. Bullshit. That's the story in the US, but not in the other parts of the world. If you have created it, it is your copyright, regardless of whether you put the C there or not. So just because the C is not there doesn't mean that you can copy it. If you change somebody else's work, it doesn't mean that you're not breaching copyright. If it's substantially the same, it's still a breach of copyright. And it's a fallacy to think it's hard to prove copyright. It's very easy. Okay, now I'll go to trademarks. Trademarks you see in the paper every day. How many of you have seen trademark ads in the paper? Trademark law protects your brand names and logos that appear on your packages, on the label of your shirts, on the pockets. They are the well-known symbols that you see. Is there juice there? For example, if Pana was here, on this, he wouldn't be able to get a patent, but if he hadn't chosen this brand, and I'll come to it, he would be able to get a trademark of this brand. He would be able to get a trademark for, no, that's just the brand. But actually, with this brand, he's not going to be able to get it. But if he had called it, I don't know. No, not juice. Okay, I'll come. If he'd called it Zapadoo, he'd be able to get a trademark. But because he's used the word FIJI and a description, juice, which is a word that everybody's got to be allowed to use, he won't be able to trademark it. But I'll come to that. Trademarks are words, letters, logos that distinguish your goods from other people's. We register trademarks in Fiji for goods in different classes. So if you have, I don't know, what's a good brand? If you have Apple, okay, Apple is a well-known brand. Apple will register in the class for phones. It will register in the class for computers. But it won't register in the class for clothes or juice, which means that you can use Apple for juice and for clothes. Apple, the people who make this, will only control the brand in the phones class and the computer class. So you register in the classes, you get exclusive rights only in that class. So if you're making juice, you can register your brand in the juice and food category, but that won't stop anybody from using the same thing for cars. Once you register it, you get 14 years protection, but it can be renewed. Important thing to remember is you don't need to register a trademark before you use it. If you've used the mark for long enough, you then can get protection through passing off or consumer protection. However, trademark registration allows you to get immediate protection. So you then can invest in the name. Okay, I'll give you a good example. Fiji water. There's certain rules. The law won't allow you to register a geographical name or a descriptive name. And this is descriptive. Juice, this is geographical, Fiji. So that's why Pana's Juice Fiji can't be trademarked immediately. Fiji is the brand of this water. It could not be trademarked immediately. The owner of this thing took the risk, though. He adopted this brand and began to sell it in the US, where it took off, and then it took off here. Under the trademark law, if you have a geographical name, you can't register it immediately, but you can register it if it becomes so well known in relation to your product that to protect consumers, you need to register it. Do you get it? And that's what happened here. He could not register this in the beginning, but after 10 years, the whole of Fiji associated this brand with this water. So if other people were allowed to use this brand for water, us, the public, we'd think that it's his water. So it reaches the stage where it becomes essential to allow you to register. So going back to this, Pana won't be able to register this for the next 10 years or so. And in 10 years' time, he will only be allowed to register it if he's still the only one in the market selling this, which is unlikely since all of you will be copying. I'm just kidding. So that people would be confused. Okay, to register, you've got to have, as a trademark, it's got to be the name of your company, your signature, an invented word, or words which are not descriptive and not geographical, or something otherwise distinctive. And that's like a drawing or something like that. So when you're picking a trademark, if you want to register it from the start, you're best off choosing something that falls into this. Don't choose something like Pana. Because Pana's problem is that he can't protect this. Because juice is descriptive and Fiji is geographical. So if somebody copies, he's going to find it very hard to take action against them, unless he can do it through passing off or consumer protection, which I'll come to. Oh, God. Okay. Also, the new law that came in about 4 years ago is the AG will not allow, after we got this, I got Fiji registered here. The AG didn't like it, and so passed a new law saying you can't register any trademark with the word Fiji without his approval. And he's only approving the registration of trademarks with the word Fiji in it for government businesses or government statutory bodies. Even businesses that have been using Fiji in their brands for many years have not been able to get approval, like Warwick Fiji or Pure Fiji is already registered before that. We brought them in through the UK, but now it's impossible, really. You have to get the AG's approval, and he's not approving it for private businesses. For trademark registration, there's a process. You apply, they look at it, examine it at the office to see whether it meets the legal requirements. If they think it does, you advertise it. Other people can oppose it and say that you've stolen it from them or it doesn't qualify. That's decided, and then it gets registered. If you register a trademark, and you don't use it for 5 years, somebody else can apply to get it expunged. But people in Fiji don't bother to do that. What do you think about, oh God, it's come off. I don't know what happens to this thing. Anyway, what do you think about the advertisement of the registration of the word mbula? That was applied for a few years ago. Do you think that should be registered? Why not? There's mbula. Do you think that should have been allowed? Why not? So what? Why do you think you should be allowed to register hello? Or life? Why doesn't that belong to the people of England? They did. That's not actually mbula, that's BVLA. And that was allowed. So that's been registered for cosmetics. But they will now, the AG's office will now not allow Fijian words because of the mbula in Florida. But personally, I don't see what's the big deal. It's just a word, because if they can't register it, neither can you. Pardon? You can use it, but what this new policy means is you can't even register senikau for, I don't know, not for flowers, because that's descriptive, but you couldn't use senikau for clothing because it's a Fijian word. You can't register totoka. You know, like many of you would have Fijian, indigenous Fijian language brand names. But the new policy, which is an overreaction to something which happened in Florida, now is not allowing us to register brand names in our own language. And you would need to register in your own language if you are targeting the local market to sell your product to, exactly. So this is a new rule that to deal with a small problem overseas, which will limit businesses in Fiji. What about that one? Do you think that should have been allowed? Why? But isn't that descriptive? I think the examiner didn't know what a baby mix was. So they were lucky. All right, that's trademark registration. I said to you how, although this can't be registered, Pana might be able to use common law or consumer protection law. Okay, at common law, if you don't have a registered trademark, you can still protect your brand or your layout, your trade dress, if you have used it long enough that the public associate it with your product. So that if somebody else is allowed to use it, the public will be confused. So you have to, in order, that's called passing off. There's also a similar claim, misleading and deceptive conduct, that you can make to the Commerce Commission. But in order to make it, you have to prove that this is so well known, that you have a reputation, that it's in the consumer's interest that nobody else be allowed to use it because they might get confused. You know, they see this, you have to show that everybody knows Juice Fiji. So that if Angela comes and copies Pana's product, the public who go to the shop will think that they're getting Pana's product with his juice when it's Angela's juice. which is probably not as good for you. Who knows? But that's the idea. So the law will protect you through passing off and consumer protection. But that's only after your product has been sold for long enough with nobody else copying, that the public, when they see that, only think about you. It depends. It's not about years. It's about volumes, about exposure, because you've got to go to court, and people have got to come forward and say, shopkeepers, you've got to call witnesses from the shops, and that to say, oh, when people come, they're all asking for this one. And yes, when Angela's was on the shelf, so many people came and complained and swore at me because it was not as strong as Pana's, because there was no Warusi in her mix. So it's difficult. And that's why trademarks are easy, because the trademark you get right from the beginning, so long as you qualify. You don't have to prove that people know it. All right. The good thing about the Commerce Commission decree is that the FCCC can enforce it. They generally don't enforce it for foreign brand owners where there's copycats, but they might do it for locals to help you. Okay, the last area, this is not intellectual property. If you start a business with a business name, that's the name of your business, the one that you tell the world. Pana and them's is Beulah Land Eco Farm and Organic Juice. That's his business name. Your business name can be registered. If you're a company, you will register the company. If you're not a company, just the sole proprietor, you must register your business name. And registering it gives you some protection against other people using the same business name, because you were first. Okay, and the lesson of all of this, it pays to think before you register your business name, because some are not allowed when you go to the AG's office. Pays to think before you pick your brand name. Pays to think before you design your logo, your trademarks, your packaging. Think about what can be protected. For somebody like David Gilmour or Pana, they had to make a trade-off. David Gilmour, when he adopted this name way back many centuries ago, knew that he could not trademark it. But he worked out that he was going to make more money from this brand than the risk of people copying it back then. Because David got into this business before bottled water became huge. So nobody here was interested in bottled water. So David took the risk. He thought, it's very unlikely that anybody else in Fiji will want to use Fiji for water for the near future. So he took the risk, he used the name, he went off to the States, he then made it huge. And it was only when he made it huge that somebody decided to copy him. And that was, Aqua Pacific. Aqua Pacific, the company that makes Aqua Pacific, first had a product called Aqua Fiji. And it was in a square bottle. It had Fiji prominently because it was not trademarked. So they thought it was they could legally copy it. I represented David Gilmour in suing them for passing off and misleading and deceptive conduct. The first round was in Laucala High Court, because Aqua Pacific is from Nandi. I lost. The judge said, how can you claim exclusive right to a square bottle or to the word Fiji. That was David Gilmour's gamble when he did this, so he's got to suffer the consequences, you know, of people copying, because he chose a name that belongs to everybody. We went to the Court of Appeal, and all 3 judges in the Court of Appeal believed me. Yay. So David, we were able to stop Aqua Fiji. And it turned on this. I put to the court that these people are trying to piggyback and to capitalize on David Gilmour's product. And they are relying on the fact that people who see Fiji and a square bottle and a hibiscus think it's Fiji water. The only reason they're wanting all of that is to confuse people. Why can't they use something like Aqua Pacific? And the court put that in the judgment. Why are they putting Aqua Fiji? Why can't they say Aqua Pacific? So that's why they've ended up with Aqua Pacific, and David owns this brand. Or he doesn't anymore, he sold it. But. And that is all. Do you have any questions and answers, or is my time well and truly over? Any questions? I'm happy to answer 1 or 2 questions before before FIRCA comes.
This automobile association is originated from overseas. Is that in order for me to register AA?
Yeah, that's fine, because that's not a brand name. It's got no reputation here, and they haven't trademarked it. So you can register your association.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Pardon?
You have to change back to the name, the Juice Fiji.
Right.
Yeah, back to its original name for the first time, the Beulah and Juice.
But that's up to him. See, Pana has worked out that Juice Fiji will sell more than Beulah, whatever. So he's willing to take the risk. But what it means is that, and he's doing a good job, he's got to get out there in the market and make sure that he gets this sold enough and so popular in a short time that he can go to court to stop somebody. You know, he can find enough people who will say, yes, it's so famous now, even though it's only a year old, that the consumer needs to be protected from other people using this brand. And that's what he's doing. So he may be able to do it because of his volumes. But if you're not doing those kind of volumes across the country and you're only selling at FNPF Center, it's going to be harder. No, I mean, sorry to pick on you, but you get if you're only limited circulation and you use the word Fiji in your brand, you're not going to be able to prove it. Somebody like Pana might be able to, because he's got Manasa and Thomas and everybody going, and he's in the centers with high volume turnover. And he uses social media a lot. So the reputation is big, and he generates chatter on social media. Any other questions? One last question. Yes, sir. The remixes are breaches of copyright. They're breaches of copyright. The owners of the original songs can take them to court. But, you know, like it costs money. And sometimes people are happy to let people remix because it makes you famous too. So it's your trade-off. You decide. Like me, I let people use the photos because I feel famous. Because I'm not famous enough. Yes, ma'am. Well, you can use whatever else you want. You can use, I don't know, Beulah. Beulah Maeviti, I don't know. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. John Epted. I think you really enjoyed that presentation about trademark and ownership, about intellectual property, and about safeguarding your inventions when you're doing a business. All right, our next presenter today is from FIRCA, right? You know, when you're doing business in Fiji, you're already worrying about taxes to deduct to FIRCA. Okay, we have our representative from FIRCA, Esala, who's here to just give us a rundown on some of the laws and regulations pertaining to small business development. Like, we are all here for small business development. You have an idea, you want to grow your business. So it's really good to know the current legislations that we have in Fiji. And we'd like to thank you, Esala, for being here, just on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the university. We'd like to thank you very much. I know that you've come here in most of the sessions from last year and this year. We'd just like to invite the public that's sitting here today just to give you a round of applause, please.
You'll be able to clear. To hold it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbilitaki. First of all, once again, I want to take this opportunity to actually thank Mr. Mbilitaki and the facilitators or the organizers of this Entrepreneurship Fair. I'm once again delighted to be here this afternoon. Every year, I'm always invited to come and speak on regulatory obligations of anyone who wishes to or wants to establish a business. So basically, what I'm going to talk about or talk on today is just basically your obligations. If you're wanting to start a new business, these are just some of the regulatory requirements in terms of taxes. So once again, thank you, USP, and thank you, Mr. Mbilitaki, for the warm welcome this afternoon. Before that, I'm sure you're aware of my name. My name is Esala Bukinabanua. I'm part of a team that's called Taxpayer Education and Publicity Unit. If you're not probably aware of this unit, I'll let you know now. So after this, I would expect most of you to actually be calling me up or emailing me if you have any queries. But other than that, I understand that taxes or the topic on tax is a very difficult topic. Because of its technicality, and plus because most people don't want to pay tax. Simple as that. But I do understand that. As an individual, I actually work, and most of the time I see my payslip, part of my income is being paid on taxes. But we need to understand, why are we actually paying these taxes? It's not because of FRCS or the authority that we have to impose those taxes. It's because of the government, right? It's a requirement under the law. But if you look at it from a bigger picture, it's for the Fijian people. So I'm not going to speak government policies now, but I'm actually going to just come from the side of taxes. So please bear with me. I'll try and be very brief and short as well. If you have any questions, I always love to say, fire it will. You can ask anytime you want to. But if you want to actually ask later, you can do so. Otherwise, I'll also give my email contact if you have a difficulty in asking in front of plenty people. But otherwise, can we start now? Thank you. So this is just basically an outline of what we're going to talk about today. I'll try and keep it very simple for the sake of those who might not be able to understand the technicality of taxes. I thought of thinking of something to start with, but I guess this was the first picture or the clip art I got to show when I started 10 years ago in FRCS. When someone actually did a presentation, he told me, this is the one place, right? That the customer is never right. That is the perception of how the public view us or see us. Because most of the time, we are always using our authority through the law to actually get those taxes. But I'm going around doing awareness in rural, maritime areas, even to businesses and companies. I'm trying to change this perception, right? So previously, most people did not like coming to FRCS. Or, I would say it this way, most time, taxpayers don't even really want to think of coming to our doors. Even though they know they are doing the wrong thing, they still don't want to come. Why? Because of the mentality of when they come, they're going to be paying taxes. Today, I'm going to change that whole perception. I understand that most or probably some of you are produce suppliers. I want to encourage you, right? Because if government is giving incentives for us not to pay taxes, if we are produce suppliers, then we should probably make use of it. So this is the perception, global perception. So the change in name, in the 2017-2018 national budget, one of the things that were mentioned was the change of the word authority, which was replaced by the word service. Now, for us, there's always a policy intention, because we are always seen as people who go around doors knocking. If you don't open, we'll put that tape, you know, the yellow tape that these people, the police have on crime scene. We also have our tape. You can still be operating inside. We have a tape around, right? So these are the things that I wanted us to, you know, although we have that perception still existing with taxpayers today, I want to change that, because I want to assist businesses, taxpayers, to understand the logic behind tax. So the policy intention was, when the minister had mentioned this, he said it was to create an environment of customer service. So no longer are we supposed to be authoritative. No longer do we sit at our desk and ask people to come in and start declaring their returns. No, we want to change that. We want to assist you first, educate you first, so that you understand Why do you need to pay taxes? Why do you need to lodge returns? Right? So by doing so, it was also to assist taxpayers with compliance. Last but not the least, the use of the word service was a constant reminder to us, FRCS officials. Right? In order to change the authority that is being shown outside, we needed to change our attitude. So I do note that if I actually open a time right now for you to tell me if you have any issues with FRCS, all of you would have issues with it. But times are actually changing, so we want to actually change that mentality as well. So that is why I'm here today to provide some enlightenment to everyone. So for all businesses, these are the main 4 tax obligations. For you to actually start a business, you need to understand that part of your obligation sits with tax compliance, right? So everyone needs to understand this. The 4 tax obligations. One is registration, which I will discuss in both TIN registration and tax registration. And the other one is declaring income. This is the filing of returns. And then we have tax payment, renda unto Caesar. And then we have keeping of records, right? All of these are under our law. So this is what we monitor every now and then. So let's start with the registration. Under Section 37A of the Tax Administrative Act, it requires every individual, citizen, and resident, right? To what? To register for a TIN, right? It is mandatory now. So if you don't have a TIN, I just want to encourage you, please do come by to FRCS. If you have a difficulty in coming to FRCS, we have the new online portal where you actually do everything on that portal. So you don't need to necessarily come to FRCS to get this. For every business, you are required under the law to register for a TIN, right? A TIN consists of 9 to 10 digits, right? Why I'm saying 10 digits, because if you're going to apply now on the online portal, there's a change, eh? You will now get a TIN number that consists of 10 digits. But not only that, all TIN numbers that are going to be issued out of the taxpayer portal, the new one, will all start with 29, right? Currently, how we have it is, for individuals, it's 01 to 26. For partnerships, it's 30, the prefix numbers. For companies, it's 50, and so on and so forth. If for non-profit organizations, the prefix numbers is normally 60, right? For that, it's easy for us to identify which type of business or the nature of your activity. But in this new system, we have a TIN that will all start with 29. The only time we will tell what type of individual or registration it is when we punch in the TIN numbers into our system. So for every business established in Fiji, I would want to encourage you to please get a TIN. For sole traders, the requirement for you is you need to get your personal TIN, right? So you use your own personal TIN, which is linked to your business as well. So in other words, you don't get to register a separate TIN for your business if it's registered with the Register of Companies as a sole trader. I hope that's clear. If it's a partnership, that is when you have a different TIN number from your partnership business. So once you go on to partnership registration, you will need to register first your TIN as a partner, and then you will have to register for a TIN of the partnership business. Similarly for companies, if you're the director or you're the owner, you need to have a separate TIN from that of your business TIN. I hope that's all clear with us. I will be giving my email address and direct line. If you have any issues, please feel free to always call us. I understand that most people believe that market vendors are not required to register for a TIN or register the business. That is incorrect. Right? Market vendors, all of these people, middlemen, produce suppliers, money lenders, produce suppliers. When we talk about produce suppliers, we're talking about farmers who actually sell their produce. Right? They are also required to register their TIN. And even landlords. In some cases that we've come across, some landlords don't actually have a TIN. Some are actually, well, most are sole owners, who are owners. But the issue is when they get to declare their income, they don't declare their rental income. Right? So again, we want to assist you. If you're doing that incorrectly now, you can always come and seek advice so that we correct that for you. So these are the requirements for businesses. So this is in terms of the registration in FRCS. If you want to come and register your business as a sole trader, those are the only two requirements you will need. Now you will note that I don't have, as part of the requirement, the form. Normally the form is also, the application form is normally also the requirement. But since we have an online portal, you don't really need to fill the form. You just need to log in, sign up and log in to our own portal, and then you can actually access these services, including TIN registration, joint card, filing of returns. So partnership, those are the only three requirements when you come to FRCS to register for a partnership business, and also companies. Before anyone would get a business license, normally the requirement from, if it's in a rural community, the requirement from the DO's office is to get a tax compliance certificate. Similarly, if when you're going to renew your licenses, you're also required to get a tax compliance certificate. Right? Now, if you don't get a tax compliance certificate, you cannot get a license. So we are actually assisting Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development. We're trying to get an MOU so that we can assist DOs. So in order to cater for those in the maritime and rural areas, we will just communicate with DOs. But other than that, the tax compliance certificate is the only way that will tell the registration bodies, or in some other cases, we are going to do a business loan. Normally, the banks want to see whether you are compliant first, or they would want to see, yes.
How would you get a tax compliance certificate if you start business for the first year? You cannot do it because you haven't done it.
Yes, I guess filling the form, you will have to indicate why do you need a tax compliance certificate. If you're actually getting a license or registration, business registration, or others, you can always indicate on the form. We will still issue the tax compliance certificate as long as you are compliant. Right? You may not be compliant in terms of lodgement, say it's your first year, you haven't lodged anything, but we will still issue it. So there is no only and unless if you already have a business and we check that you haven't been lodging some returns, then we won't issue that tax compliance. But if it's for first timers, we will still issue. So tax compliance certificate, please note that this is a requirement for all statutory bodies. So they will be inquiring with you. If you have a difficulty in getting your tax compliance certificate, please, you can always email me or call me. So these are the, when tax compliance certificate is required, license renewal, business registration, and there's many more, right, added to the list. Some, I've actually seen one of those loan providers. It's a financial institution. They've actually used this as a requirement for them, but it's a private company. So, you know, for every business, I would really encourage you to get a tax compliance certificate. Tax type registration. Most of you are all aware that you only register for a TIN. But this is what I want to probably advise you with. There are some cases where you need to also register for other tax types. Right? Say, for example, if you are employing someone, if you are employing an individual, you paying them, then you are required to actually register for PAYE purposes. In other words, you register as an employer for tax purposes. Most people think that when they are registered as an employer for FNPF, they think that automatically you are registered with FRCS. No. These are two different institutions. So you will need to apply separately. So when we're talking about PAYE and all, VAT, you know, anyone who is earning a turnover of 100,000 and more, they're required under the law to register for VAT. So these are basically the registration types. These are the registration conditions. If you may see, value-added tax for produce suppliers or farmers and fishermen, they are not required. Under the law, for VAT, they are not required to register for VAT. But there is a voluntary provision. If you still want to actually register or charge VAT, then you can register on a voluntary basis. Right? I'll make that clear again. If you're a farmer or a produce supplier, right, you're only selling produce from your farm produce, from yours. Right? Under the law, you're not required to register for VAT. I've been hearing, I went to the other day to a rural community and they told me that they are being told to register for VAT. So after establishing what they were actually selling, they told us that they were just merely farmers. So I told them, who gave you their advice? And they're saying that some DO's office, or they're telling them to register for VAT. Under the law, you're not required as a produce supplier or as a farmer or fisherman, right? You're not required to register for VAT. Even if it's above 100,000, your turnover, you're still not obligated, not liable under the law to register for VAT. I hope that's clear with everyone. So if someone comes to tell you, you need to register for VAT, please, you can either refer that person to me, right? Or else, you can let me know of the person you're actually discussing with so that we can clarify that issue. Yes?
Can you explain that if somebody voluntarily wants to get registered as a compliant, will he also be able to claim the VAT?
Under the law, if you're actually claiming VAT, you can. If you're going to register for VAT, you can claim for that VAT as well, for any VAT you paid. Right? Because that is the provision under the law that allows the VAT registered person to not only register and charge, but also claim any input VAT or any VAT paid on purchases. Right? I can be a registered VAT person. I'm adding 9% after my ROCO, say for example, if it's $100, 9%, okay, let's say 10% is your markup, your profit, right? So I add on the VAT. Because I'm registered for VAT, I will have to add on. That's the authority given under the law to a registered person. Once you're registered for VAT, you must charge VAT, right? But with that, you're actually, after a sale is made, you're actually getting that $110 plus that $9 VAT, right? So my point here is, if you're actually incurred expenses, right, along the way, it basically offsets. It's a bit technical, but what I'm trying to tell you is, once you're registered for VAT, on one hand, you're actually charging VAT. On the other, you also are incurring VAT. You're paying it as an expense, right? I have a, say for example, I have a taxi. In order for the taxi to run, I actually need to pay for the fuel, right? I need to claim that as well. If I paid VAT on that, I can actually claim VAT. So for any registered VAT person, they have the authority under the law to not only charge VAT, but also claim any VAT they've paid, right? It's quite a bit technical, but just think of this as an expense. The reason why, I mean, the question that has been raised is, are you able to claim the VAT that you paid on your purchases? Here I'm charging VAT, I'm making sales, I'm collecting VAT. But here I'm actually paying VAT. You can also claim for that. So what it does, it reduces your VAT liability so that you don't pay VAT. So there's an offset mechanism that takes place for VAT. So just to answer your question, you can claim VAT once you're registered for VAT, right? Because the authority, the provisions under the law, not only allows you to claim for VAT, not only allows you to charge VAT, but it also allows you to claim VAT. I hope that's clear with you.
That is variable irrespective whether you reach $100,000 or not. You know, because you don't have to pay any tax according to what you say. If you don't reach $100,000.
Okay. Let's not confuse, right? Let's not be confused about this. The reason why I've put 100,000 there, it's actually a registration condition, right? The law requires you only to register for VAT when you've reached that gross sales, right? Turnover meaning gross sales. If you made those sales of above 100,000, then under the law, then you are required. There's no other choice. But it's mandatory. You are required to register for VAT, right? I was actually explaining for produce suppliers, they're not required, even if it goes above 100,000. Under the law, it gives them an exempting provision for them not to register for VAT. Why? Because government thinks for produce or for farmers to actually benefit, they need to be taken out from this unnecessary burden, right? So that is the policy intention. Government wants to actually encourage people to plant more and sell more, but local produce. Right? So let's not get confused on this. The 100,000 is for the registration condition. It has nothing to do with. And all of these are other tax types that you will need to register for. If you, so say for example, if you entered into a contract, right? You have a business, you actually have a contract. I actually have a construction company, right? I entered into with this other individual where I will be doing a contract to build this house. For the person who's going to pay me, he has to first register for provisional tax, right? This only applies to business transaction. It does not apply to individuals. So if I'm a company and I'm providing a contract for service, right, to an individual, then that individual is not obligated here. But if I'm actually providing that service to another business or company, then that business or company who's the payer of my service, he will be required to register for provisional tax, withhold, and pay it to FRCS. I hope that's clear. All these other taxes, this fringe benefit tax and this STT and ECAL, if you go to Wishbone or McDonald's, you will see that they are charging STT and ECAL. It's because they've reached this threshold here, 1.25 million. So anyone who's charging STT or ECAL, you can really tell. I'm sure most of you don't go to those kind of places, but probably in the nightclubs, you will see that they charge STT and ECAL. So that is basically the other tax type registration that you will need to equip yourself with in terms of knowledge to know when you are required to register. Now this is what I was just talking about earlier on, produce suppliers. So in simple terms, it's just a person that supplies a produce at its natural state. Produce supplies, these are actually farmers or fishermen. These are the tax obligation. I just want to take it a little bit quick here. Here, for produce supplies, farmers, if you're a farmer here, you're selling a produce, this is what you just need to do. Register for a tin, right? Register your business. You know why I'm calling it a business? Because you're actually deriving income, right? It's a source. Not only it's a source, it's a regular source, right? So for you, you just need to register your tin. If you already have a tin, just register your business, right? With us, you declare your business income on a return every year. By 31st March of this year, all Form B tax returns. This Form B, when we talk about Form B, this is only the return form that is only filled by sole traders, right? Not all businesses, only sole traders, including landlords, market vendors, right? So it also includes farmers. So if you are actually a farmer, I would want to encourage you to register and declare your income. Listen to this. I will get this message clear to you. Most people are saying, as soon as you're registered, as soon as you register for a tin, just a tin, not a business, register for a tin, some people are actually spreading the rumor that you will be taxed automatically. Let me just say, no, that's not correct, right? It's always good to hear from the source. Why? Because we administer that law, right? We have a tendency of always taking our issues to the wrong people. the probability of you, say for example, you have a tax issue, you take it to the elections office. The probability of you getting a wrong answer is very high, right? So I want to encourage everyone, if you're actually going to start a business, please, if it's difficult for you to come and see anyone else in FRCS, come and see me, right? But don't all come at once, right? Come and see me only from Monday to Friday, from 8 to 4:30. Don't come to the office if it's after 4:30, right? So just to help you, if you have a difficulty in, in actually following these requirements, let me know so that I can assist you. I can help you, right? If everyone is telling you that you're going to be taxed automatically when you declare your income, no, please. Let's just tone that down. Let's bring it down. You don't get taxed automatically. There is a condition, right? There are rules in place, processes in place that we have to follow, right? We just don't tax people anyhow. To be very honest with you, plenty businesses registered in FRCS, the biggest population comes from sole traders. But if you ask them, do you pay taxes? No. Simple as that. But you should ask them, have you registered your business? Yes, we have. Have you declared your income? Yes. We've always done that every year. But are you taxed? No. Why? Because there is a condition. Right? I will talk on that later on. For produce suppliers, farmers, they are not required to register for VAT. Right? I'm saying this, right? All produce suppliers or farmers, not required to register for VAT. If someone comes and tell you to register for VAT, please tell them that they are not required under the VAT Act. Right? So for them, if they still want to register, then there is a voluntary provision. You can register. We don't want to close it up, but we can allow you to register, but only on a voluntary basis. This is the thing about produce supplier. It's this one here. This is what we call the incentive, SME incentive, right? Produce suppliers are exempted from income tax, exempted. That means as long as you earn money, you don't need to pay tax. But as long as you meet this condition, if the turnover is less than 500,000, right? So if you're a farmer, you're planning to buy a land and farm, please do so. There is an incentive that is available. I hope that's clear. Okay, now we'll go to that sole trader part. Sorry, let me just talk about middlemen. Middlemen, they are engaged in buying and selling, eh? So it's a trade, right? So these are the people who buy from farmers and fishermen, and they what? They sell it, right? Sell it to other people, to the market or some other middleman. Okay, this is the difference. For them, they are required to register, declare their business, and also what? Register for VAT. So let's not confuse middleman with produce supplier. If you're a middleman who's actually buying from a farmer and selling it on the other hand, then your activity is not an agricultural activity, although you're selling a produce, right? Your activity is what? Buy and sell. It's a trade. You don't actually farm to produce a produce, right? You're actually the type of people who buy and sell for profit. So the incentive does not apply to them. Neither does the VAT exemption apply to them, right? So understand, when you become a middleman, remember, you need to register, you need to declare your income. And if your gross sales is more than 100,000 in any 12 months, you will be required to register for VAT. Right? Here's the difference. They are not exempted. Why? Because that SME incentive was only for produce suppliers or farmers. Right? Anyone engaging in an agricultural activity. For middlemen, they don't. They engage in trade. I hope that's clear. Eh? Okay. If I'm going too quick, please tell me. This is a declaration of income. This is when you lodge returns. Eh? So for sole traders, they declare on a yearly basis. Everyone gets to declare on a yearly basis. Once the year ends, you're required to declare. Right? For companies, all of these 3 months after the physical year. But for these two, it's normally the calendar year, Jan to December. Right? So when we talk about this, sole traders, they lodge Form B tax returns. Partnerships, they lodge Form P. And companies, they lodge Form C. Now I'll go down now to the very exciting part. This is the one. So how do we actually tax people or tax businesses? Right? Sole traders, they are taxed on their net profit. I repeat that again. Sole traders, they are taxed on their net profit. How do you get net profit? Income less expense. Right? That is your net profit. Now, if your net profit is 30,000 and below, you're exempted under income tax. That's another incentive for individuals. Right? So this is how we actually tax people. If it's 30,100, if that's the net profit, not your income, not your gross income, right? Don't be confused about gross income and net profit. Right? So if your net income is 30,100, what we will tax is the, anyone knows? Yes, only the 100. In other words, the excess of 30,000. That is only what we tax. Right? So if it has to say 30,100, I'll be taxed at the rate of 18%. So that's what? How many tax do you pay in a year? $18. Said. I hope we've all understood that. Eh? Yes? Okay. So partnership businesses are not taxed. The partnership business is not taxed. If you are actually planning to form a partnership business, remember the business itself, the partnership business is not taxed. Right? That is clear to everyone. It's the partners who are taxed when the profit is distributed. Right? So we go after the partners. In other words, they are taxed in the hands of the partners and not the partnership business. So whatever profit they make, right? So if they say they made a profit of $100, if it's individuals, then they distribute it 50-50. Right? So to tell you about if you're going to assess it, there will be no tax. Right? But that is how a partnership business is taxed. So if someone is telling you, no, you're going to be taxed once you register the business, no. Most businesses that are registered in FRCS don't pay tax at all. Right? And the last but not the least, it's companies. They're taxed at 20% from the first dollar of their profit. So if I had made, right, say for example, I made 100,000 profit, right? On every dollar of that profit, I'm taxed at 20%. So how much would be my tax for that year? $20,000. You have to understand the difference and the principles behind it. Right? In all of this, we are allowing taxpayers to actually claim for their expenses. In order for the taxi to run, to derive income, I need to pay fuel. Right? We allow you. That is why when you're doing business, you actually, we from the tax office, we actually also allow you to claim for those expenses. Which what? Which reduces your net profit. That is why most sole traders, they don't pay taxes. Why? Because they are allowed to claim for the expenses. That is clear, eh? So no more rumors. Right? But if there are some existing rumors, please let me know. Right? We're almost done. Record keeping under the law, every business established in Fiji must keep proper records for at least 7 years. 7 years. Right? If you wish to discard them before the 7-year period, then you will need to write to the CEO of FRCS again. Right? That is a requirement under the law. And we've actually taken some business into task. To what? To penalize them. Why? Because they've discarded their business records. Why? Because it's just covered in our law. Every business must keep proper records. This includes your invoices, your receipts, your logbooks. I was just assisting one taxpayer the other day. I told them, if there's a difficulty in trying to keep receipts because they fade, because of the ink they use, then it's always wise to what? Have a copy. I am not saying to photocopy it, but what I'm saying is, you can always scan it. Right? For those who don't know scanning, any IT stuff, yeah. But scanning is on another level up. Eh? So just a note there, please. If you've started your business, please first register your business. Eh? Get a TIN, declare your income. Don't worry about the tax. Let us do the work. We'll worry about your taxes. Right? Just some additional information. The taxpayer portal. Eh? So everyone now, they can sign up. You can actually be sitting here and sign up on our taxpayer online services. Right? You don't need to come to FRCS again to actually register your business. Right? You can actually sign up on the portal now, and then you apply for these services. So these are the available services currently. Our phase 2, our next release is coming soon, but we'll advise you once we are about to roll out the second phase of TPOS. So currently you can file only these returns, right, online. You can only do TIN registration and join card online, right? Hold on. You can also do this, right? One of the new ones is tax agent engagement. Eh? So if you don't know how to actually do your financials, you can actually, there's somewhere on the portal where you can actually request for one, and automatically it links you to that tax agent, right? But remember, it's not free of charge. Eh? It comes with a cost. When you engage them, they'll do your financials. But after they do your financial, you'll have to pay them, right? I hope that's clear. Last but not least, see, this is the last slide again. Eh? So whistleblower policy, it basically allows anyone and everyone to report businesses, right? The chunk of the whistleblower cases that have been reported come from employees of the same company, right? And let me just say this. There's a 10% reward, eh? Please don't think that this is a good way to make money. But what I'm saying is, it actually, it's a test of good faith and loyalty to your country, right? So if you still want that child in Nakorosule in Neitasiri to go to school next year without paying any school fees, you can always report these businesses, right? Report it in good faith. But if you're actually intending to look for money, attempting, right, just to get money, please, you need to come away from that mentality, right? I'll tell you one. There was a business that actually had these cashiers, 4 cashiers, right? Every 1 to 2 of every day, the owner actually, all of these cashiers are actually, just say these are cashiers, they're linked to this server. Now this server, what this server does, it actually records all the sales. Right? So because they are all connected. But when one is disconnected, right, it doesn't report it. So what this supermarket owner did was, he actually removed one, and then he continued to do sales on that cashier. Send these 2, you guys go for lunch, just 1 to 2 every day, right? Just 1 hour. Got all the customers from here, directed them to this one, which is disconnected. This is what's actually happening in Fiji, right? So in other words, all the sales that are recorded, they are only recording the ones that are connected to the server. This one here, it was free income. He ended up banking it to an offshore account, right? Name the account to the grandchild. This is what I want to tell you. Because people are reporting, they're reporting it to us. We actually we conduct an audit inspection, and then we actually found out that there was a tendency, there was a trend in every day, 1 to 2, the income would be, one of the caches would be disconnected. So we inspected, audited, we called him in, we told him, hey, see, you've done something wrong. And he said, no. He denied it. So we said, okay, we'll tell you the story. Isn't it amazing to actually tell a story to someone who committed something? Eh? So we actually told him the story, right? And we told him, see, this is what you've been doing. He was actually surprised. He thought we wouldn't actually identify it. But in the end, we actually found out, and we told him, okay, there are 2 options here. You pay up, or we'll take you to court. So he said, okay. First, yeah, you true. So what do I have to pay? If he was loyal in the first place, if this was connected, he would have only paid 200,000 plus of taxes. Okay, don't say whoa now. After I tell you the penalty, then tell me whoa. But what I'm trying to say is this. If you are actually doing your business, do it within the boundaries of the law. Don't step out. Because once you step out, that's where the law does not protect you. It becomes your enemy. Why? Because that is where we're going to apply the penalties. Our biggest penalty, which I believe is the biggest penalty in Fiji, other than life imprisonment, is 300%. Right? So we applied the 300%. Why? Because it was tax evasion. There's 2 types of cases where you have tax avoidance and tax evasion. Tax avoidance is legal to some extent, right? But tax evasion is where you actually deliberately don't pay tax. So if he was loyal, he would have paid 200. But we actually gave him the 300%. He had to pay up 9 million plus. Just imagine, from 200, it was 8 million plus. Right? So I'm not trying to say that's how rude we are, but that is the law. Right? If it's simple tax evasion, we will apply the 300%. Right? And I don't want to sound so scared to you, otherwise the service, you know, I will bring back that perception. But what I'm trying to say is this: if you have an issue now, if you're not complying, come. I want to assist you, right? Get you in the loop. But if you stay there, you know, the bad thing is to wait for FRCS to come to you, right? So make sure everything that I've discussed, this is where it ends. So when we actually gave the reward, it was 250,000. Just imagine to this whistleblower, he was surprised. Just last year, last year, we actually gave our highest reward, which was 300,000+. And see, we are not joking on this 10% reward. But what we are saying is, if you're thinking of looking for money here, or business capital, please, reconsider. Think about it again. This is being done for the what? For the nation. Because we want to continue to fund government. Right? We are collecting taxes for the government. And if we are unable to collect those taxes for the government, then you came today, you came by road, No one flew this from town to here, Okay, so by using those roads, we can only do those roads if there's taxes. Right? You know, when John F. Kennedy first became the president, he went into the NASA airstrip, and the first thing he noted was this man mopping. He asked the man, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm trying to put a man on the moon." If I were to bring that same image to us, I'm trying to put one student from Nakorosule in school. If you do pay your taxes. Set? Okay. But if you forget everything else, please remember the whistleblower. I know most of you wouldn't want to declare your income, but please, think about it again. I'll just play this short, it's just 2 minutes. Anyone knows Jack Ma? Chinese billionaire, right? Founder of Alibaba Express, right? You know, Okay. This is what he thinks about entrepreneur. And I thought I would bring it to you, although I don't see a lot of young people here. But I'm going to share it with you. Listen to this. I think Jack Ma cannot be heard here. Can we read? Any questions? Jack Ma is probably still preparing. Yes, sir. Sorry? Yes, No, I still.
I represent the Chamber of
Okay.
So actually, I represent a lot of small businesses, and some of my members are here today. And I have mentioned to them that we are doing a lot of good for them by being able to get some discounts and things like that. But being small, they also want something not too tight, but something simple and easy. And I am just wondering whether there is any other exemption allowable for the SMEs or not. You have mentioned some of them, but are there some hidden ones that we don't know about? And can we capture them? And secondly, you have not covered in the area of cooperative business. And I understand that cooperative business is, you don't have to pay tax even if you make a profit. So I understand, but I could be wrong. Can you expound a little bit about that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. So just for your information, there are other incentives that might apply to your members, right? But given the nature of business, which I'm not aware of, I would be able to advise on, right? Those are in terms of incentives. So I might need to understand what is the nature of business, then I will be able to advise on the incentives that will apply. But for your information, there are other incentives, right? I'm just talking about SME because
Don't worry.
because I came here yesterday and I saw that probably most of you would be in the produce or farming, agriculture sector. But other than that, your second question was on cooperatives. Cooperatives have an 8-year exemption period, right? They don't, that is correct. They don't pay income tax, but only for that period, right? But only and unless if they are registered under the Cooperative Act, right? If you're coming to us and you're telling us that you are registered under the Cooperative Act without the certificate, then we won't be able to apply that that exemption as well. So 8 years. Son? Okay.
Don't worry. Any mistake is an income, is a wonderful revenue for you. So I told myself and told my young people, before 20 years old, be a good student. When you do entrepreneur, just learn some experience. Before 30 years old, follow somebody. Go to a small company. Normally in a big company, it is good to learn processing. You are a part of a big machine. But when you go to a small company, you learn the passion, you learn the dreams. You learn how to do a lot of things at one time. So before 30 years old, it's not which company you go, it's which boss you follow. It's very important. A good boss teaches you differently. And from 30 to 40 years old, you have to think very clearly when you're working for yourself, if you really want to be an entrepreneur. When you're 40 to 50 years old, you have to do all the things that you are good at. Don't try to jump into the new area. It's too late. You may be successful, but the rate of dying is too big. So 40 to 50, think about how can you focus on things that you are good at. But when you are 50 to 60 years old, work for the young people. Because young people can do better than you. So rely on them, invest on them, making sure they're good. So when you are over 60 years old, spend time for yourself. On the beach, sunshine, right? It's too late for you to change, normally. But this is my advice to the young people. 25 years old, make enough mistakes. Don't worry. You fall, you stand up. You fall, you stand up. Enjoy it. I mean, 25 years old, enjoy the show, enjoy the show.
So just in summary, I want to leave you with a few messages, just reminders, right? Number one, do the right thing all the time. That's my number one rule. You know, gone are the days where you have to do the right thing at the right time, right? Why? Because nowadays you can be at the wrong place at the wrong time, but you are still required to do the right thing. Right? So if you are here, you haven't registered your business, my advice to you, I won't take names, my advice to you, do it right the first time. Right? Then, the second one, stay with the law. When I first started with FRCS, I wanted to learn more about the income tax, the VAT Act. But what? It was just too much, right? Even these 10 years I've been with FRCS, it's still too much. I've only tried to learn a few pages, right? But my understanding in this is, you stick with the law, right? You will never go wrong. If you know you need to register, you've done registration, you are sticking with the law, right? Because the law is in place to what? To protect you. It's not only there for you to follow, but it's there to protect you. Once you step outside, that's the same time too, FRCS will be start knocking on your door. Right? Third, always seek advice. I always have a difficulty with the tendency that we have is trying to actually seek advice, get advice, right? Sometimes it's better for us to pay big penalties, but it's not good for us to seek advice prior to that, right? I'm saying this because I encountered one issue, right? If only that person would have come for advice, he would not have paid huge amount of tax penalties. Okay, my advice to you is today, you actually heard it from me. Eh? So if you have any issues, please come to us. Because we will provide you with the response from the tax office. Right? If you're going to other places, then sometimes it will create fear. Right? So I'm actually a very friendly person. Although I wear this uniform. Why? Because I don't go after people to pay their taxes. I assist them first, get them educated, because what? It's only fair that you know first, right? Before you can actually make a decision. If I'm teaching you now, trying to get you away from being non-compliant, you did that, that's okay. But after this, if you choose not to, then that's deliberate. It's your choice, right? So what I want to advise everyone here, if you have an issue, bring it to us. If you're wanting to start a business and you've received a notice, please come to us first. Get advice so that we can direct you in the right way. Eh? When I'm saying this as well, take your issues to the right people. Eh? Like I said, you don't bring to FRCS any election issue. Why? Because we don't give advice on that. Right? This is what I'm saying. You know, the whistleblower reporting. I had a Tavale. I went to the island of Kandavu to actually do the same awareness. And he ended up reporting something to me. He called me up one day and said, I want to use that whistleblower policy. Why? Because, you know, my wife ran away with another guy. See, this is what I'm saying. You need to understand first your issue. If it's an issue of tax, bring it to FRCS. Don't take it to other places. Because the probability of you getting a wrong answer is very high. So that is why I'm keeping this. I'm going to keep this. Seek advice. But it's important also, equally important, that you get advice from the right people. You can be seeking advice, but you're wasting a lot of time when you're going to other jurisdictions. Right? So my advice to you, if you have a business, you want to know about tax requirements and obligations, come to us. If you have a difficulty with our offices, come to Esala. Right? I will be grateful to assist. But like I said, don't come all at once. The last but not the least, a business that costs nothing will always achieve nothing. You have to understand, you have to let this sink into your mind that in order to do business, you will have to touch your pocket. Right? You have to incur expenses. And when it's time to pay taxes, make sure you pay them. Right? So I'll just finish up with this last slide. You can follow us every Wednesday. We have our text talk articles that comes on FIJI Times and FIJI Sun. I normally write them. Why? Because I think of the businesses. Right? So today, if you go back, today is Wednesday. I hope so, eh? Today is Wednesday. You can check out the FIJI Times. I have an article there which is for updating of information, eh? On the TPOS. On Saturdays, we also have articles on the FIJI Sun. Right? So don't go Saturday and buy a FIJI Times. Why? Because I've shown it clearly here. Right? Get the FIJI Sun on Saturdays, get the FIJI Times on Wednesdays. Other than that, if you tune in to FM 93 every Friday, I'm always on Radio Talkback Show, Domoni Vanua. Right? If you get to hear this voice again, you know, please call us and ask questions in the radio. There's also a Facebook page which you can follow us, not the other Facebook page. Right? This is the FRCS Facebook page. Right? So if you want to actually know more, we have a lot on our Facebook page and on our Radio Talkback Show. So this is my email address. I've actually put there my email address. See, this is not both, eh? This is mine here, Ivu Kinavano. The other one, the reason why I've put it here, if you have a difficulty in liaising with me, you can use this one. Right? If you don't understand the language that I'm talking with you in, then you can use the other one. But if you want to discuss with me on some of your tax issues, please, fire it will. Yes.
Thank you. Just for everyone's interest, if correct me if I'm wrong, when you start a business, you register. And I just want to say that you said not to pay tax. But I believe they have to pay tax at the end of the year, then they can apply for a refund. And which below the threshold, you will refund all their money. Am I right or correct? But in the beginning, they have to pay their tax. Question two, just two questions. You were talking about your cash register. I believe the cash register is linked to your office. How much does it cost the chip to put in the cash register? The chip, how much it costs so that you can link it to your system? So the people, when they're running a business, they want to buy a cash register, they must understand how much the chip costs, how much you charge for the chip to put in the cash register.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the two questions. Thank you very much. For businesses, before you start, you don't actually pay any tax, right? You don't pay tax. When you declare your income, right? I had the 3 slides. For sole trader, that is how we tax you. When you lodge a return, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be paying tax. No. Because most people, they lodge a return, they declare their income, but the assessment tells us not to tax them. Why? Because of the thresholds that we have. Is that? That's okay? Okay. The other one is what he's talking about is actually good. He's actually created some awareness on that. It's on VAT monitoring system, right? We're actually undergoing the second phase, but the first phase was for pharmacists and supermarkets. If you go to pharmacists and supermarkets, they actually issue you with a physical invoice, right? Now those physical invoice, they actually have a QR code. You know those big black shady part? Yes. So those invoices, you can actually scan it on a QR scanner to actually what? Authenticate, to see the authentication of that receipt, right? But what he's saying is actually true. Every supermarket now and pharmacy, because of some issues like this, we have created that VMS. Now that VMS is basically a card, not a chip. It's a card that has its equipment on its own, which is just attached to the cash register or the point of sale. Now what it does is, every sale, the supermarket or pharmacy is actually punching from their own shops. We are able to view it in FRCS. It's because of those issues like this that we are coming up with these systems. Why? Because even though people are earning more income, they still want to beat the system, right? So by being fair on everyone, we want everyone to pay their fair share of taxes. Otherwise, these kind of businesses won't pay any taxes. But he's correct when he said that we have a system in place that is currently being rolled out on phased approach, right? Firstly, it was for pharmacy and supermarkets. So anything there, all the sales they're doing for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year, we are able to view that. So when they get to lodge their return, they cannot play with their figures. Why? Because we have it all in our system, right? So that was just a monitoring system which allows us to what? To actually get everyone into the loop, right? I hope that answers your question. The cost. The cost, can I probably the cost, I will need to confirm again on the cost. Currently, there is an exemptions only on SMEs, right? But for SMEs, you need to be approved by the CEO in FRCS in order to get that system in place free, right? The exemption only applies to SMEs. For other businesses that are not in the SME, they pay for that system. Sir?
Yeah,
But I'll get back to you on that. My apologies on that as well.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the listeners, SME stands for Small Micro Enterprise Projects, those small businesses that you actually do, right? So you know, so what Esala is saying, they actually get to register, and then the approval will come from the CEO. Then you are exempted from paying whatever taxes.
For you to get the exemption, you need to register for a TIN and also declare that you are an SME.
For that machine that you're talking about, where the register is used, is it any kind of cash register? And does everyone have to get a cash register?
Thank you very much. Not everyone needs to get a cash register, right? For all those small businesses, right? Currently, it does not include, I don't have the list with me, but I'm sure I will be able to help you, assist you in any way, just to get that list across. But currently, you don't really need a point of sale system or cash register, right? You can always download, there's a free POS app, right? That you can record all your sales through that app. But it's free of charge. The only thing you pay for is your internet or data to download the app.
That would be the last question, please, Yeah.
Thank you. My cousin and I been paying license as food vendor at the Natovi jetty for the last 5 years. But last year, due to land issue, our license was being held up. But we kept selling because we were under SPPD loan for loan payments. I just want to ask, are we breaking any law? We tell you.
Binawali. Sa binawali bunita totoka na taro. Ubombuta na I'll just speak for the non-speakers as well. But for your information, you know, in those kind of cases, that's that's really either legal or illegal. But what I'm saying is this: if you're not issued the tax compliance certificate, and it actually causes you, right, to want to stop, but you can't because you have to pay a loan, then my advice to you is, if you have those kind of difficulties, let me know, so that we can facilitate those services in a more effective way, right? But what we don't want is you to be operating in Natovi and then the DO comes and arrests you just because of a tax compliance certificate. I really understand, but you know, just to be very diplomatic in the sense that if you have those kind of issues, please, you can call me on that direct line, and then I will be able to assist you. Please, for your information, don't call this direct line now, because I'm still here. Probably when I get back to the office, from 8 to 4:30, you can call me on this direct line. But if you have a difficulty, I'll give you my mobile number as well. Sandon, Sabina Woleo. Thank you very much.
There you have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Asala. All right. We have Dr. Mele Paya from our research office. Right, she's going to be talking about the Canadian fund that we were waiting for yesterday. Okay, so I won't hesitate to invite Dr. Mele, please. Right. Do so ta sa ngango indua ngango but ke indua talangango kona kena uti nga to sanga sukayan. Yeah, this is going to be like 15 minutes, only 15 minutes. All right. This is the Canadian fund that actually closes on Friday this week. All right? For those of you who are thinking of doing business, you can actually apply for this funding. And please don't go, I have a gift here to give out. Eh?
Apula Maloelele, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to say to apologize for what happened yesterday. There was an unexpected call yesterday that I had to leave the office, but I failed to inform Sammy accordingly. Please accept my apologies for yesterday. But I'm here today, and I was asked to speak for 15 minutes. So I'll try my best to limit to that 15 minutes, 5 minutes for myself. I'm here with my colleague, Veresa. He's looking after our innovation hub here on campus. So probably 5 minutes for him, and then 5 minutes for us to have some questions and answers. My name is Mele. I'm from Tonga, but I work here for the research office at the University of the South Pacific. I look after innovation. I was invited to speak to you on the Canada Fund local initiative. Actually, we received this call from Canada Fund office in Wellington, and we distribute that call to our all staff and students. And this is the information about Canada Fund local initiative. I think this type of funding system is very good for social entrepreneurs, people who would like to make a big difference in the lives of local people at the community level. For your information, there are 5 countries that are allowed for you to submit your application based on those countries. We have Fiji on the list, Kiribati, Samoa, Tonga, and Tuvalu. And in your application, you have to be very clear with the priorities that you are trying to address in your application. In here, we've got 6 list of thematic priorities that you have to incorporate your application into. One, Canada Fund they place a high emphasis on gender equality, issues with women and girls. They are very interested to fund those projects. Second one is on inclusive governance, including diversity, democracy, human rights, and all those things. If you are planning of submitting something on leadership, in this, about these countries, I think it will fall under number 2, something that can help to improve governance issue in that particular country. Human dignity, health, education, number 3, sorry, that's number 4. Number 3 is peace and security. Number 5 is about growth that works for everyone, and the last one is on climate change and environmental problems. So what I'd like to, here is the organization eligible. You can be a local non-government organization. You can be an academic. which is applied to the university, international, intergovernmental, and these are the lists that you can, assess yourself which one that can fit well to your own organization. Remember that you have to apply from a legal organization that can fall under any of these lists by Canada Fund local initiative. So this is some information about how to apply, but what I would like to share with you here is the concept note that is due on Friday. I think it's very important for you to know about the details of this one. Can you read it from the back? No? Okay, I'll try to see if we can go over this is the concept note. According to the Canada Fund, they won't accept any long explanation of the concept note. You have to be very clear and concise with your application. The first point, you need to describe your project. What is it all about that you are trying to address here? You have to convince the investment. Why is it important for Canada Fund to invest in your project? There's a maximum amount of 50K Canadian dollar per project. So the most important thing, as they said in the application, you have to be very clear, concise, describe your project name and the objectives, and also try to structure or formulate your project in a way that will be very attractive for the examiners. For example, something like enhancing women and girls' capacity to address child and early forced marriage through sensitization campaigns, life skills training, and psychosocial support in Tonga. Do you get that? The one under the descriptive project name? You also have to be very clear with your project location, whether it is in Fiji or Tonga or Tuvalu or Kiribati or Samoa. You have to be very clear with the village name and the name of the country. And your project amount. State in Fijian dollars. If you are applying from Fiji, state your project amount in Fijian dollars. You also need to be very clear with your target beneficiaries or people who will be receiving benefits from your project. They are very serious with the impact of your project in the lives of local people. So you can say something like 40 male or 50 female from which village in the country of Fiji or country of Samoa or Tonga or so forth. You also need, as I said before, to identify your priority, as I explained before. And you need to state your implementing organization, which organization that will implement this project, but that organization needs to be a legal one. I have received a number of inquiries and questions from non-government organizations who would like to, some of them they are women, they would like to submit something that is related to women in their specific communities. And the advice that we give to them to submit their application under a legal agency, a legal organization. And Although you'll be using, for example, like here in the University of the South Pacific, if we will be submitting an application from the research office, the implementing organization will be the University of the South Pacific Research Office. And underneath that, we will have to give a contact person. And under that contact person, I can put down my name for them to come back to me directly for any further information or any inquiries. Project description. As I've said before, you have to be very brief. The maximum that they accept or expect you to submit is two pages only. Remember that this is only a concept note. And if they'll be interested in your concept note, they will ask you to submit a full application. In a full application, you'll have to detail out everything in the full application. But you'll be invited if you'll be successful. And for your advocacy plans, I think some of you are quite familiar with this one. You have to think about how you can raise awareness about this project and how you can distribute information about the work that you are doing. It's just about promoting the work that you are doing and raising awareness about the impact of your work in the lives of local people. Risk is about any unexpected risk that might discourage or that might deter the achievement of your project. And for the Pacific, I think for most climate change activities, the #1 risk is the natural disaster. So you have to think around those areas. What are the things that won't, they are out of your control, and they might happen at any time that might not assist you to achieve your goals in your project. You have to state that one in a concept note. And with any additional information that you would like to say, you are allowed to say that. But as I said before, you have to be very clear and concise and to the point. And what I've learned from the session that they have shared with us is that they are looking to invest their money in those projects who really want to make a difference in the lives of local people, especially women, children, girls. Some examples of these projects in Fiji, I've got a list of that I will forward to Semi to distribute it to you all if you are interested of submitting an application on Friday. There is an email for you to submit the application directly to, so you can do that. And if you have any question, you can ask that to us. But I would like to give this opportunity to Veresa. Veresa is looking after our, and then after that we can, address your questions. Veresa is looking after our innovation hub here on campus. And while I was sitting there listening to the last speaker, I think there is an important place of that hub in the work that Sammy and them are currently doing with this Entrepreneurial Fair. I think we should have made a link between the hub, the University Innovation Hub, and this network, because it's very important. And Veresa will tell you more about that one, and if you want to register, there's a link for you to go to and submit your registration. Veresa.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, my name is Veresa. I'm originally from the most beautiful island, Tabea in Boa. I share maternal links in Maduata, in Nakalo, And I look after the newly innovation hub that's been housed at the University of South Pacific. That's welcoming every one of you. I don't know the energy level in the room, but please, if you feel tired or if you are, I know you are tired because it's coming to the end of the session, but just try to stand up and sit down or do something so that you can boost your energy level. Nevertheless, the University of South Pacific has introduced something called the Innovation Hub for any one of you who has an innovative idea. The Innovation Hub is linked to our research unit, Research, Innovation and International. That's where I work with Dr. Mele. And if you have an idea that you need further research, please don't hesitate to come to the Innovation Hub. I can see that every one of you has got a mobile phone, and I'm pretty sure that all of you have got Facebook accounts. If you have Facebook account, please just type Innovation Hub FIJI into your phone. It will take you to the Innovation Hub page. So as soon as you get to the Innovation Hub page, you sign up to become a member or a registered user of the Innovation Hub. So once you become an Innovation Hub user, there are benefits at the hub that you can make use of. Just remember, in a bigger picture, the university itself is the hub. There are different faculties at the university that can assist you with whatever concept that you have, whether business related to climate, whether it's a business to sell roti parcel, whether it's a business to do accommodation or catering services. There are different faculties at the university that can do further research on your business, and there are alignments that you can do at the research office that can help you with whatever business that you are currently doing. At the Innovation Hub, there are different ways of fundraising to assist your business. I think the most recent one that we have done is the crowdfunding. There's something very new to the Pacific, but I'll encourage you, please sign into the Facebook account to become a registered user of the Innovation Hub so that you are able to get the benefits from the hub. We have, at the hub, I saw some hub users who were here in the morning. I think they have left. It's not only a space where you can research your business. Most of us, we normally say that our home bites. Most of us, we stay at home. We use our homes as offices to probably do the Excel sheet or just write whatever we earn during the day. But there's kids running around at home. You know, there's people coming around home disturbing you. But we have the Innovation Hub. It's open not only for university students, but to people like you that are not university students and can use the facilities. We have laptops, we have free internet, we have coffee machines, we have water that you can use. We have a meeting room that you can use. If you have investment meetings, those are all benefits if you become a registered hub user. And I don't see a reason why any of you cannot become a hub user. Right now, there's a lot of hub users. There's close to 100 hub users. And I know what they've been doing. Most of them are earning a lot of money because they've been using the facilities at the hub. And I only hope after this session that you go back home or probably wherever you're sitting, just click onto that Innovation Hub Facebook page, and then you sign in to become a hub user. I think that's about what I need to share with the audience right now. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer, and so is Dr. Mele. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
The Facebook concept you're talking about, are they locally funded or this offshore funded?
The Innovation Hub is USP's property. It's funded by UNDP.
UNDP, you say?
Yes, sir.
United Nations?
Yes, UNDP.
Thank you. I also like to ask, where is the application form for the Canadian Fund? Where can we find one? Where can we get one? Or can we get some?
Oh, that's the application form on the screen that you can get that from by typing Canada Fund Local Initiative, or you go through the University of the South Pacific website. Then you go from there to the research office webpage.
There is no...
Yeah, and then Sammy can pass that on to you. But that's the concept note.
Can we get some hard copy or no?
Yes, Sammy can provide that for you. Yeah. But remember, this is only a concept note. This is not the full application. The full application will come later if they will be interested to know more about your concept note. You know, you have to sell your project in the concept note. Yeah, sell it first. From my opinion, sell it first with the impacts of your project on the local communities. Yeah, they are not interested in funding theoretical research projects. They are interested in looking into women, girls project, gender equality-based project, some like health services. You know, they are interested in those things. They can replace old desk for a classroom or for a school, but you have to justify why you need to get rid of those old desks and to be replaced by new ones. So your justification is very important, and it has to be consistent right from the beginning of your application.
Dr. Mele, I also saw in the project, I mean, just for the benefit of the people that are sitting here today, I actually saw on the project an entrepreneurial provision as well under this particular program, you know, for small business development and entrepreneurial and earning money and so forth. Eh? So you can actually submit a project for entrepreneurial, you know, just to improve the livelihoods of people that you know the benefits. Eh? So.
That can come under 5.
Oh, okay. So entrepreneurial, right? So you know the purpose of us here this week can actually come under the category of 5 in the in the project that's there. Is that right, Dr. Mele? So growth that works for everyone. So your project, entrepreneurial, might have to aligned with number 5 that's there. Growth that works for everyone. So entrepreneurship and small business development and so forth is also applicable for for this project funding from Canada.
Sammy, does the Fiji Chamber of SME qualify for such a thing?
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
I tell you why I say whether we qualify or not. We are the champion in climate change.
Oh, okay. All right. And I'm sure, Dr. Mel, because it says environment, isn't it? And climate change. So you can actually submit a proposal. Like she mentioned, it's not the actual proposal, it's just like the notes only, for approval. Yeah. And then later on, and then you can actually expand, when it gets approved.
Thank you.
But the good thing is you can submit more than one concept note. So that's the good thing. Any other questions?
All right, we'll just like to end there. Thank you very much, Dr. Mele, for a wonderful presentation on the Canadian Fund, and I'm sure the people here will go down today and probably thinking about the concept note that we have that you have talked about today, and we would just like to give Dr. Mele and my friend here a round of applause, please. All right. right, so we are into our final session, which is going to take about 15 to 20 minutes, all right, on business planning, okay? And I'd like to just invite Mr. Benyami to please take the floor and take us through that session. Then we'll finish for the day.
I'm sure sure have been tired sitting down for a long day. Sorry for that. Please just bear with us. I have first presentation just for 5 minutes, and then I'll hand it over to my mate who's just sitting down here, Ms. Alicia. Okay, we'll go on to recap on yesterday's session, just for 2 minutes. What did you learn yesterday about? Let's get back to that graphical design that was shown up here, the funnel. Okay. Okay. In that funnel goes the strainer goes the right, and after it goes down right to the. And then what you have in the strainer or the sieve? The residue, okay? And then goes the idea that you will have, the appropriate idea that you'll, or the business that you'll venture into, okay? And then after that, to confirm the idea, what do you do? That this is the right one? Look whether it is, there is a market, okay? There is a market. And then, if there's a market, there's a demand, okay? And as you learned yesterday that the market, can you control the market? No, it's beyond your control, okay? How about the demand? Yes? Okay, okay. Let's get to what individual, okay? What is it? Starting with the letter C. What is that? Capabilities. Okay, what is centered around capabilities? What are the things? The experience, the knowledge, the skills, the expertise, the source. So now you are smart in business, okay? You're ready to start a business, okay? That leads us to the next slide, okay? We'll dive straight right into getting started, okay? Evaluate yourself. First one, look at your skills. Do you have the skills? Okay? Confirm that. Secondly, are you passionate, okay, with the idea, okay, or with the business venture? Is this my area of expertise, or it is not? If it's not, okay, kill it. Okay. How much can I afford to spend? Okay, you have to look at what is in your pocket. Okay. Is that true? Yes. How much capital do I need? Okay, that comes when you are learning about start your own business. Okay, where this is called project costing. Okay, you're totaling your project cost. Okay, the cost of your business before you start your business. What sort of lifestyle do you want to live? This is another very important aspect, okay? Do you want to live a posh lifestyle or a simple lifestyle? Okay? You have to be very careful about this. Are you even ready to be an entrepreneur? That's the last question for. Are you ready? If are you ready, then soon after you finish on Friday, you start off on Monday. Can you do that? Yes. Right, that's nice. You need the fun. Okay, you'll be hearing some of the funding opportunities that we have here in our ministry. They'll be here, and also FDB. They'll be dishing out you with the services that they offer. Okay, think of a business idea. Now, maybe you ask yourself, what's the next step? You have to ask yourself, okay? What's my next step from here? Okay? That will confirm your next move. Okay? Secondly, fix something that bugs you. Okay? If you do something well if you do solve a problem, okay, if there's a problem, others will, what will others be? They'll be happy. Okay? They'll be happy about what you did. Okay? And how would you feel? You will feel good. Okay? Let's say something about a business, a problem that is bugging people in. Can someone give a problem, a situation, who's bugging a community or maybe a family? Anything? Yes? Come on, it's an interactive session. Any problem? Where they'll feel happy and you'll feel good that you have solved the problem. Maybe there's a lot of rubbish in that community, a lot of bottles around. You just come around kicking the bottles here and there. Even you can hurt yourself. So what can you do with it? What can you do with those bottles? Recycle it. Okay? Soon after a few days, people are happy. Kids are happy. Maybe the parents have been complaining that they've been kicking around bottles here and there. So now they are happy. Okay? And you also feel good that they give good comments about what good you have done. Apply skills to entire new field. Okay? Maybe you can make a difference, okay, by applying new skills, okay, in a new field, okay. Maybe the business can have been running for quite some time, and also have been at a standstill, okay, not making profit at all. Maybe your skills can make a difference, okay, in that business. Use a better and cheaper approach. You don't have to think for, you have to think for a better approach and a cheaper approach, especially when thinking for simple things to do. Here, we have, maybe it's an old business, you'll be providing a cheaper and faster services, especially in catering business. Okay? Maybe the other competitor have been serving for quite some time. Your product services is the fastest, okay? Especially in delivery. With your business idea, let others comment, okay? Get feedbacks from your customers, okay? Okay, this is my product, or this is my service, okay? Please comment. Comment on my service, okay? What can I do better, okay? Can I improve on this? How about my design, okay? How about my delivery? Okay? How about the content? Okay? Let others comment on your product. Do a market research. Okay? Always do a market research. Okay? Research on whether, okay, how big is my market? Okay? How many will be buying it? Okay? How about the demographic of the market? Meaning, whether I'll be selling it to the women, okay? Who are my target markets? Okay? Are they children? Are they youths? Okay? You have to be very clear on your market research. Writing a business plan. To write a business plan is a written description of how business will evolve from when it starts to finished product. Okay? I hope that is very simple. Okay? And easy to understand. Okay, let's go on to this question. Why plan? Why do we plan? Okay, tell me, when do you plan? When? Starting a business? Okay, forget about that. When do you plan? Forget about starting a business. When do you plan? The normal things that you do. Before you go shopping? Yes? Yes. Before you do anything? Right. Okay, how about if you don't plan? What will happen? Misuse of fund. Okay? Okay, let's take, for example, you are running a show or you are running a function, okay? And you will be feeding 1,000 plus, okay? You'll have to do a good planning. Yes or no? Right. I've heard of people in some occasion where the chief guest is not garlanded. Okay? They missed that part. Okay? They must have forgotten the garlanding part. So, do you think the planning was done properly? No. Okay? So, it is very important to plan. Okay? Roadmaps. That is your roadmap. Okay? A plan is your roadmap, or a business plan is your roadmap. Okay? So it is very important in business to have a business plan and must be written. Okay? Plan and write. Document it. Okay? I've heard, cases of some people saying that I'm going to start a roti business. Okay, fair enough. Okay. But it's not written, not documented. So I'm encouraging you, friends, please plan and write your plan. Now, when you're making plan, prepare for success. Okay? You'll be expecting success at the end of the journey. Okay? Or at the end of the year. Okay? When you are preparing a plan, focus on the 3 C's. Okay? 3 C's. First one, you have to be very clear with your business plan. Okay? Have to be very clear with your business plan. Meaning, you don't have to beat around the bush. Okay? Okay? Just be simple. Okay? Try to be concise. Okay? Not to use hard words. Okay? Hard and difficult words, vocabs. Okay? that can make the meaning of what you are trying to portray in the business plan difficult for the reader to read. Okay? The third one is to be correct, okay, with what you write, especially with figures. Okay? Don't exaggerate with what you write. Okay? Don't tell a lie. Okay? Let's get back to that story, the barn story. Okay? If you are writing a business plan on that, if you see that in the village that there are only 50 or so families, children, please don't write 2,000 barns. Okay? Okay? In the business plan. Try to be correct with the figures and correct with what you write and describe. Try to be honest. Okay? Try to be honest with what you write. Okay? So that you can depict to the reader or those who are assessing the business plan as this is very realistic. Okay? And this can, and they can be successful in doing this business. Have to be well researched. Okay? Have to be well researched. Okay? Use the internet. Ask the communities. Okay? Ask the other stakeholders, the government officials, NGOs. Okay? Because we are living in an ecosystem. Okay? Use that ecosystem. Okay? And get feedbacks from them. Okay? So that your business plan is well endorsed. I think that's all from me. I'll hand the mic over to my colleague.
Now, campaign is, before we go on to the business plan structure, can you all stand up, please? I know we've been sitting for too long, and most of us probably are getting tired. Eh? Could you all stand up, please? Just to have some small energizing. Okay, let's breathe in, out, in, out, in, out. Sit, please. Well, my name is Alice, and I'm originally from Suva in the islands of the Almaiviti Group. And I also work for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism. So we'll be conducting this training, as part of this training tour from Monday till Friday. So my task this afternoon, I won't take us long, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, just to end the day. So on business plan, like what my colleague has already mentioned about business plan, the importance of planning. Eh? Not only planning for business plan, planning for our daily lives. Eh? So when you have a proper plan in your daily lives, so likewise that plan should be applied to the business you're planning to do. So the business plan, so business plan is not only applicable for those wishing to start, wishing to seek financial assistance. It's also for those that you have the funding there with you, and you must have a plan in order for a business to start. So with a plan, it acts as a guide, or it assists you in the running or managing of your business. So without a plan, you won't be able to achieve your goals or your targets in your business. So can somebody tell me what is the main aim of a business? Grow, to make a profit, paisa, at the end of the day, maybe at the end of the year. So when you try to get a return, maybe you try to work out how much you get in a day. That's why it's very important for you to have a plan. So those are the, if you look at on the screen, we have the contents of a business plan. So what a business plan looks like. If you want to have a business plan, these are the components, the major components of a business plan. Or the contents, you might be asking, might be saying to yourself, I can prepare a business plan. No, it's simple. Okay, for funding agencies, some of them will be here tomorrow, maybe on Friday too. they have their own templates or own format of business plan that you must fill or comply with in order for you to get financial assistance. But for this one, this is just a very simple one. Like if you go to FDB, maybe other funding agencies, maybe the plan may be complicated or confused to you. So that's not a problem at all. Somehow the contents are similar. You can always go to somebody who can help you with the business plan. Maybe to some accountants or maybe FDB. Officers themselves can help you prepare a business plan. But you yourself must understand or you know what you're planning to do. So we've been talking about business idea. So it's very important for you to identify or come up with the proper or the best business idea. You can have 10, 20, or maybe 50 ideas. So out of the 50 or out of the 5, which one is the best or the number one I should start with? So it has to be your hobby. You should be passionate about it. Look at the resources around you. You should maybe you can SWOT yourself. What are my strengths or what are my weaknesses? And the opportunities and the threats that are there. So you first of all should understand that, then you can come up with a proper or good business idea. So the business idea is reflected in a business plan. So this is where the business idea is actually detailed, the business plan. So the first one is the what? Title. Okay, title. So the title of your business, or maybe the name of your business. You can put any name there, like what was it, FIJI, or that mentioned about the business name. You can have registered business name that somebody else is already using or registered. So that comes under the title, and then you'll have the executive summary. If you look at the Canadian fund that was highlighted to us, it requires us to have a brief description of what you are planning to do. So likewise here, the executive summary. You write down there, you explain in details what you're planning to do as your business. Business what I want to be the cabo. And the did maybe is an maybe and business at the location. The kind of business you're planning to do, so it should be brief and clear. So that's what will come in the executive summary. And then we'll have the business description, where you describe your business. Then we'll have the marketing strategies, or the marketing plan. So for marketing, marketing like what we heard yesterday and again today, for the marketing, the market. So when you hear the word market, what comes into your mind? Money. Okay, anyone else? Selling? Customers? Okay, for marketing, maybe some of us are familiar with the 4 P's of marketing. P. So what is the first P? Product. So product, what you are planning to sell, or the produce that you will sell in the market or to your customers. And the second P is the price. Price of a product, the selling price. How much I'm going to sell my bundle of $1 for? So the selling price, the price that you're going to sell a product to the customers. And the third P is place, the location. Location of your business, where your business will be located. From home, and of course, the location, or maybe a space or location in town, or at the market, supermarket, nursery market, or some market, or market market. For those of you coming from Punole, so the location of your business. So that's the place, and the fourth P is what? Promotion. How you will promote your business, So how will people know your business, And a clever business. It's how you promote, So if you look at social media today, it's very powerful, So many people are using social media as their way of promoting their business. So that's one way of promoting a business through social media. What else? What other means you can use as a promotion? Billboards, Maybe a small signboard. Anything else? Pamphlets? Newspapers, And then the next component is what? The competitive analysis, where you have to highlight your competitive is derived from the word compete, So compete, next is what? Competitor, competition, So competitive analysis, the competition in the market for your product, who my competitors will be, So how will I compete with my competitors, How can be a better business than my competitor? Like the other day, Suva mentioned something about copycat, Copycat is not good, bad, Copycat is good as well. But as long as you are better than your competitor. So copycat is like a competitor, So in what ways you can be better than a competitor? Through what? If you two both sell the same product, the price, the quality, the location, and the service, The service that you provide, Service in terms of maybe operating hours. Some of us can do 24 hours opening hours, Maybe a competitor operates only from 8 to 7 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. And you operate from 6 in the morning to 6 again the next morning. I think we can do that, So that's the competitive analysis, So I can be better off than my competitor. And then you have the operations and the management plan, Operations, In terms of operation, how your business will be operated, how your business will be managed, Who will be managing the business, Maybe you can have a structure for this. How many workers you will have? Who will be the sole owner, the manager? You can have 2 workers. So that's the management plan. And what will be their roles in the management operation of the business? So it's very important for you as a business owner for you to highlight, maybe work out a plan, the management plan for the business, like for the workers in your business, who will be doing what, their tasks, their duties in the day. So that's because they all contribute to the management and operation of the business. If you don't have a good management plan, then what will happen to the business? It will die out. And then the last one is the finance. So the finance part of the business plan. This is where your sales or maybe the income and expenditure plan is reflected. How much you earn or get in a day and then in a week and then in a month. Once you get a monthly, once you know what you get in a month, that will assist you to know what you get in a year. So from the daily sales you get, so how do you calculate your sales? How do you calculate what you get in a day? How do you work it out? The income alone, If you're selling products, maybe the number of products you sell in a day. Then times the what? The selling price. You get your sales in a day. So once you get your sales in a day, that will help you to know what you get in a week and then in a year. So that's part of the income plan. And then your expenditure in a day. So once you know the income in a day, you should also be able to work out your expenditure in a day. So expenditure simply means the expenses, the payments, money, out in a day. The payments, what you pay in a day, where the money goes to. So money coming in as income and money going out as the expense. So maybe you pay your bills, pay the wages, what else? The transport, the freight, electricity, maybe a recharge card for Facebook. Remember, expenditure for the business purposes only, not for personal purposes, or for the family members. So once you know the expenditure, if you do that on a daily basis, it will help you to clearly know what you get, the performance of a business in a day. So total income minus total expenditure in a day, what you get? Profit, net profit. Net profit or net loss. Net, in minus out in a day, So that's part of the in-finance plan. That's the income and expenditure, then you have the profit and loss, just the income minus expenditure. And then you have the cash flow. So cash flow is a very important component of a business. So if you go to any funding agency, what they mostly go for is the cash flow. So cash flow, what does that mean? Cash flow, flowing of cash. Flowing in and flowing out. In, out, in, out. Okay, I'll just quickly show you a template that we use. Okay, back at the office, we do provide a business training to interested communities or individuals. It's a basic business management training. So part of our training is to help participants. I mean, the main outcome, objective of the training is to help participants to prepare a business plan. And this is just a simple template that we use for participants during our trainings. So this is just a simple template that we use. So the name of a business and the owner. Who the owners are. If you being the owner of your business, you yourself, for being one, then you push down and put a name there. If there are more than one owners, then put the names there. The date and then prepared by. Prepared by you or prepared by your friend or someone else. And then you have the registered address of your business. Then you have the telephone number and the contact is there. Okay, then go into the first component. What is your business idea? So put here the business idea that you're planning to do. The best idea. So here you'll have to describe the products, the location, market, and how you intend to finance your business. So that's very clear. Okay, thank you. So finance your business. Finance, how will you finance your business? So there are many ways of financing your business. It can be from your own savings. So that means from that savings, you must have been planning to do a business. Maybe you can say for 1 or 2 years, at the end of the second year, I'm ready to start this business. That's if you don't want to get a loan. Because you know when you loan, it comes with other payments and other factors that will be bothering you for some time. So the best way is just through your own savings. So in other words, here what we're trying to say here is for you to practice good savings habits. You must save. And then we have the relevant experience, education, background. So experience here, experience in regards to the business idea that you're planning to do. Some experience that you may have, maybe for farming. If you're interested in farming business, maybe you've been farming for 5, for 10, or 20 years. That's still what the experience. And the education background, maybe you have undergone some agriculture training or some sort of training like that. Even some business training that you have attended. All those will be highlighted there. And then you come to the legal forms of a business, so the legal entity. So once you wish to start a business, it has to be a legal entity. It's going to be a legal entity. So it's going to be either a sole trader, as being highlighted by FRCS, partnership, company, or cooperative. So you have to choose one of those. Which one is applicable to you? Either sole trader, you yourself, you partner with someone else, or a company, or a cooperative. You just take one of those. And then you'll come to the job description, maybe the management part of the business plan. So the name of those, this if we have workers in the business, the name, the position, and their responsibility. So remember, you have to be correct and be clear, be faithful with what you put in a business plan. It then comes to the project costing part. So this one will tell you how much will cost you to establish a business, maybe the total establishment cost. So the projecting cost part, it may look easy, but it's not. So this is just a guideline, just to simply help you how to work out a business plan. But all these have to be detailed. Okay, for the projecting costs, the cost part. So the two main components here are the fixed assets and the operational cost plus the pre-starter expense. You must know all these. So, okay, the first one is to the first column, which is what? Description of items, number required, and then unit cost price, total cost, depreciation, then explanation. So we'll just go to the first component, which is the fixed assets. Every business must have fixed assets. Some of the fixed assets, the assets, the fixed assets that the business owns. So different businesses have different fixed assets. So one example of a fixed asset is what? A chair, a computer, table, cash register machine, what else? So your business here, you know what the business is planning to do and the fixed assets that you will have in your business. So you'll have to list down the fixed assets here. The number required, how many? How many vehicles do I need? If you're planning to have a transporter, service business, So number required, maybe one van or maybe 1 3-ton, and the unit, the cost price. So the price for that vehicle, how do you know that price? Go to the supplier through the quotation. So it's, yes, another point to remember there is the quotation. When you make a business plan, you must produce the quotations to be attached to the plan. Because the quotation acts as the what? The evidence of what you put on your plan, especially on the project costing one. Okay, then the total cost. If you think we need 2 vehicles, the unit cost for one, maybe say 30,000. If you need 2, so the total will be 60. And then applies to the rest of the fixed assets that you might want to have in a business. Is that clear? Then you list down all the fixed assets. And then from there, you should be able to know the total cost of your fixed assets alone. Okay, then it comes to pre-start. Pre-start means before. Before you start a business, you will incur some expenses. Maybe you can say the running around expenses. Trying to register your business, trying to get a license, what else? Trying to get your customers, trying to call the suppliers. So those are the pre-start expenses. Expenses that you incur before the business actually starts. So how will you know those pre-start expenses? Through what? So another point here is to record, proper record keeping. Like we tend to take for granted those little receipts that we get from our suppliers, maybe the companies that you go to. So those little receipts, those act as evidence on how you can know the total cost, the expenses you incur in a day. So that's pre-start expenses. Other expenses that you may incur when you're trying to get your business started. So that's accounted as pre-start expenses. So for pre-start expenses, yes, those expenses you incur when you're trying to get your business started, and then operating. Operating expenses. Expenses for what? For the business to operate, operational, So here you'll have to list down all the operational or all the expenses that your business will incur, like what? The wages, any operational expense from that side? One example is wages. Bills, traveling, stationery for recording, So what you have to remember here, these are expenses for the first month, for 1 month only. You're trying to get expenses for 1 month, So maybe you should try to work out the expenses in a week, and then you can be able to know the expense for a month, So here maybe you're going to assume, Okay, this is what my bill will be like in the first month. Maybe $30 as electricity or $20, and maybe $5 as water. So you assume, You're working on estimation here. So that's going to be for all the expenses you're going to incur in your business. So different businesses have different expenses, but there are some expenses that are similar to all the businesses, like what? Wages, bills, You must pay the wages of your employees or the workers, Or if you yourself run your own business and there's no worker, then you must pay yourself as wages. You don't just take the money out of the business like that. You must pay yourself, which is regarded as wages. So some of us tend to forget that part. You think you own the business is yours, you run the business yourself. You think the money that you get in a day is your wages you enjoy in that day, and then that's the end of it. No. Business is okay, Durame. So that's for operating expense. I hope I'm clear on that, You're saying? No, I've been sitting for too long, Okay. This is a very important part, Okay, that's for the establishment cost or the project cost, So you must work out the fixed assets, the pre-start and the operational. Operational for the first month only. Only then you will be able to know the total project cost or establishment cost of your business. How much will I need to start my business? Maybe 40 or 50,000 or 5,000. So where will I get that money from? So that's simply on the project cost or the establishment cost part. So I think I'll end the day there. We'll continue with this tomorrow.
Okay, just for your information, we are going to post one question on the app for a chance for you to win this. And then we suddenly realized that